Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And at least for me, it's an audio Weed Nerd World. Do a little bit of working in the background. Hopefully, we'll get a few of you guys popping in. Get a little bit of eye candy. See how this works out. You get a few things done. Stony Creek, cheers to you. Try to get my chat popped out. Do it like this. Hang out until we at least get one or two of you in here. What's up, Jack? Stony Creek. What's up? Top chat is now live chat. Still finishing up this joint from the last show. Get some people on here. I'm gonna fade into the background and get some trimming and some other work done. Much needed work done. Hopefully you guys don't mind. An audio, a little bit of audio for me. Don't need to be a piece of meat, as Mr. Robert Green Fingers calls it. Cheers, Indo 11 LP. Comfortable enough. Line Cat 420, bro. Cheers, y'all. What are you smoking on this fine evening? Green Fingers popping in. He can be your piece of meat. Smoking some Donnie Burger, getting ready for bed. Nice. Does that Donnie Burger hit you like that? Like the cherry pie, Jack? What's up, Green Fingers? You're welcome, pop on, Nindo. Cheers. Cheers, Green Fingers. So, congratulations, Green Fingers. You are now a piece of meat. You get to be the eye. You are the eye candy for the moment.
I'm used to that. I'm used to it. Fine.
Cheers, bro.
Cheers.
Good fucking working talk, man. Working talk. So how was your day, my friend?
It was a day long, just getting shit done. Yeah. How was yours?
What shit you get done? It's alright.
I got fucking I'm gonna move one light, but I'm just gonna put the big fucking HPS in the other room instead, so I could veg something faster. Or flower something faster. Veg. Okay. I need to smoke. I need weed to smoke, so I gotta flower something fast. And all the rest of my shit's not ready, but I could pull one out. It's got like a 50-day plant. It's kind of like really fast. But it says it's fast, but we'll see. I'm gonna pull it out of the room and put it by itself. That's all I did. No, that's all I did. I just drilled some holes in the roof, I guess, or in the holes in the roof, on the ceiling roof. What the fuck? Ceiling. The roof's on the outside. I gotta smoke.
For me, it was firewood.
And I found another one of these seeds from the watermelon glue inside that shit. I was like disappointed, but then I was excited, you know? I'm like, fuck, another one, but it's all right, I guess.
like the firewood actually. Why do I like to work hard for some reason, but shoveling,
Yeah.
fucking heating with firewood. I actually like to split firewood. I like to hand split firewood. I used to cut trees and I used to split firewood with like a hydraulic log splitter. But I
Yeah.
prefer, man, if it's us like me and I've got time, man, I prefer to get out that fucking mall and swing that bitch.
Uh, yeah, I'm more of a digger. I like to dig shit. Like I get a shovel and I could just dig forever. Fucking perfect. I'm the perfect size for digging. It's like it's more. I'm a more ergonomic at this size. Like instead of being too short or too tall, like just right for digging.
I get it. I get it. There's a lot of things like that. I shouldn't like to do, but I do like to do. You know what I mean? Same shit, man. Just built for it. I guess.
And I could hold my hands up over my head forever. So like I used to like do stuff on my roof designs, like with those fake stars and shit, the glow in the dark stars, and like write shit out on there. Like every day I'd put something different. So like the people that came over would be like, "Oh shit, look, it says something different." Like just for a reaction, because like people do a lot of drugs at my house back then, allegedly. And so it'd be like a trip room, like a trip room, and then like a regular room, and then like two game rooms, like a play, like one with like regular board games, and then one with like a video game set up with three TVs and like always playing something. But that was just like the setup I had, and that was like people like to see the different shit on the roof, so I'd always put the different stars. I had my arms up all damn day doing it before they'd get off work and shit. And then like by the time they'd get off work, it'd be like ready so I could hold my hands up. So that's why I'm on SoCal is gonna hate me for that shit. Well, my arms will never fucking. I could always keep my arms up forever, like fucking forever.
Yeah, that shit gets old when you're after a shoulder injury. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's funny you just said it and then he popped up. What's up, SoCal?
I was trying to summon somebody else. I was like, shit.
Oh, you don't like being the fucking eye candy, huh?
No, I didn't shave. Didn't get my eyelashes curled, and my eyebrows are all bushy. Got a unibrow. Just kidding. I was gonna just take a bath right now though, and I was like, fuck. He's just jumped on. I'm not even that dirty. I'm like, fuck it. So the work I did was inside. It's not like I like the day before when I was digging shit up and making holes in the ground for no reason. Yeah, it was like 70 degrees all day today. So
Green
I had
fingers,
to
green fingers. This is a special message for you.
fuck off.
Fuck off.
I know it. I could read his
From
mind
so,
already.
from, from so yeah, from
I could
SoCal.
read his mind. Yeah, I could already feel it coming. I was like, fuck, it's coming a long time ago. Fuck. Thank you for that one. I
He's
feel
like,
the
why
love
is
now.
it taking so long?
I know I could feel it. I was like, damn. I was like, I fucking said that a long time ago, waiting to get him up and like get him rowdy and shit. Now it's taking fucking 3 minutes. It's kind of scary. Now that he's already bitten, now that the shark is attacked, I don't have to worry. Like I'm good.
It's time to just let the love set it now. Just let it sink.
That's funny. Oh shit, my phone's not charging. Fucking A.
Do that. Cheers, Miss Westport. How you doing, my friend? I'm not even sure. Oh, this has got to be Indo. It's got to be Indo. Indo. Might have to change his name real quick. Yeah. This audio is connected. It's funny. Crickets. Cheers, everybody. There you go, Endo. You should be hooked up. You're just muted, Endo.
All good
There
now?
you go. All good, sir. How you doing, brother?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Nice to have you back.
Oh, nice to be around, man. Thanks for having me.
Cheers.
You're always welcome. That's how it works, brother. It's always worked that way. Once you get the key, man, you're always welcome.
How do I get it so I can see all you guys here?
You just swipe it. If you're on a phone, one side, we should pop up at least in 4.
Yeah, there's
If you
3
swipe
balls
it the other way, then
or 3 dots
I believe
on the
it's
bottom. I'll
guys
tell you what
useful.
direction.
Oh, okay. I think I got it now.
There's only 3 of us on here, 4 of us. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you.
So
man.
Cal just come in.
Yeah, I just saw that fucker jump in.
Yeah, I came in to tell you to fuck off, man. I can't even put my arms over my head, and you're all talking about being proud of like fucking reaching up all day.
I'm a prodigy arm holder up over my head, okay? That's all I could do good.
Prick.
I dig with shovels and I could fucking put my hands up over my head all day long. I'm half Mexican and Syrian, so it's kind of a race thing, bro. I was bred to do this shit. Bred
you
for
don't
hard
need-
labor, for semi-hard labor, for not really hard labor.
So wait, so Mexican and Syrian, does that mean you're confused whether you should mow my lawn or sell me a bottle of Cuervo?
Yeah, well, I'll do the lawn for $100, no matter what size. And fucking, if you give me a bottle of Cuervo, I'll do it for free. So, guess I'm more Mexican than I thought.
Prost, brothers.
What's going on, man? How you doing, Endo?
Cheers.
Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Got smoked up. It's pretty fucking cold out here right now, so doing some visiting with family, and it's like -40 right now, so not a fun time to go outside.
-40. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's the only time that Celsius and your guys' system agree, right? -40 equals -40.
Yeah, it equals fuck this.
I know.
Too cold.
I know. I had to go run the vehicle for a while, warm it up so I could have smoke a joint out there.
Oh, that's crazy, dude.
I'm a California
guys
boy.
smoke?
45
Yeah, I'm a
degrees outside.
I'm a desert
wrapped up
rat.
in a jacket
So
and open in the house.
I'm even worse than he is. I'm a desert rat. I was literally born in the middle of the desert and like lived there my whole life. So 120 is nothing. But when it's 70, I'm freezing my ass off. I'm like, fuck, it's 70, man. Fucking cold.
Oh, I grew up in this, so I'm used to it. It's funny, like going to Florida in the winter or whatever, I'll just be wearing a t-shirt and shorts and people look at me like I'm an idiot. Like, dude, it's 70. It's pretty nice.
It's perfect. It was perfect yesterday at 70, and then today's like 60. I was like, oh shit. It's a little nippy. Just like, yeah, got to put a shirt on.
Yeah, where I'm from, you don't even put a jacket on until it's about -20.
Yeah, that's fucking colder. That's way too cold for somebody in the desert. It's like, fuck that. We got puffy jackets on at fucking 60 and fucking beanies and all that shit. Fucking, yeah, ski pants and all that, everything. Anything you could think of, fucking, yeah, just to look cool. It's like,
The one thing you can see though is that you put the weight on in the winter, hey? You can't get around as much, so.
oh yeah. Well, that's the good thing about living out here. You could do anything out here year round if you don't mind fucking that air, that cold air when you're running or doing something on a bike or riding a motorcycle, like SoCal probably fucking freezes in the morning if he takes early fucking rides, but that shit's cold in the morning out here. Fucking freezing balls. But
Yeah.
the sand feels fucking like ice. Like you touch the sand and it's like, what the fuck? Then later on it's like lava. It's like, how the fuck does it change so fucking drastic? It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, our races usually start about 8 o'clock in the morning, and by the second lap, I'm like taking off my jacket and freaking sweating balls.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. So what have you guys been up to, man? It's been a long time since I've been around. I haven't even been on Instagram for like a year plus.
Oh shit! I've been getting banned from Instagram like every couple months. They keep
Well,
taking my accounts down.
I'm no stranger to that either, but
Right?
yeah, I took quite the hiatus.
Sometimes you got to do that, like a mental break from social media.
Yeah, got a lot of breeding and stuff done though, but good times, good times. Looking at relocating here now, so heading back stateside
Shit.
for me.
Oh, nice.
It's been a while, man. You were episode 100. We're fucking 560, and I've missed a bunch of episodes, so it's been fucking a long time, man. I mean, what have you been up to? What have you been? Well, I mean, where you been?
Down in the States, back and forth up to Canada, just doing a lot of breeding, spending time with the kids, hunting and fishing as usual,
Nice.
eating good food. That's about it. Pretty
Oh,
much rid of all socials and stuff like that, but I'm back now.
Welcome back.
Right
Yeah.
now, thank you.
Bring back the fire. To bring
Time
back the fire?
Oh yeah. Well, I had time to do a lot of good runs in that time, so get some good breeding projects done and whatnot.
What you got going on in the breeding room?
Oh, all sorts of things. I was actually just testing out watching Eagle last night. I was smoking on some nothing's named yet, but what was Black Afghani crossed to Deep Chunk. That one's been treating me real nice. Real beautiful plant, super black plant, real hashy. And
Those are the
then
ones I like.
trying to work around a lot of more medicinal strains too, adding in CBG and CBD and THCV, and just trying to get different balances and stuff for different people and different ailments. It takes a lot of work to do that shit though, hey?
Yeah, it does.
Like some of it works out real quick, and you get an idea in your brain and it just works perfect, and then other shit's like, oh my god, how many times do I gotta work this for it to actually work? But that's how it goes. Yeah, I probably did in the last year, I probably did maybe about 16, 18 strains that are really good.
Shit. Been busy, man.
Which is pretty good if you know how I test. So I think me and Eagle talked about that before. I test pretty hard. So, that always takes a lot more time too.
Yeah, you got to test these days because you never know what's going to happen with, you order a pack of seeds and you use a male or a female from it. You never know what's going to happen with that pack.
Well, that's, like everything has to be replicated over and over and over again. And I'm not sure if you guys remember, but like I've been notorious for like putting plants out in the snow and throwing them up against the walls and doing all sorts of crazy shit and germinating them wrong on purpose and just anything you can think of. I just, if you get seeds from me, I just basically want it to be foolproof. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't fuck it up. That's kind of the goal.
Nice. That's a good goal. There's a lot of people out there that they're putting out seeds that just are guaranteed to fuck you up,
Oh yeah, and then they're also overcharging the shit out of it too, and no reason to be paying 80 to 120 bucks for 10 seeds of F1s that are untested.
Right.
Or people are out there painting certain branches and then selling that off. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude,
I'm not trying. I'm not really trying to hate on anybody that does that. But I mean, like, you're not a professional if you do that.
Right.
I mean, do what you got to do, but
well, there's a big difference between playing around in your garden and making your own seeds.
Oh yeah.
Putting seeds out to the public.
Well, that's the other thing that takes me a lot of time too, though, is that I'm big on preservation. So once I create a strain, then obviously I'm going to run it again, but then I'm going to run it again to preserve it. So all that stuff takes a lot of work. And then, a lot of my background is in sciences and chemistry, organic chemistry, things like that. So I'm keeping everything super detailed. I probably got 150 fucking notebooks that are full of information just from the last year and a half.
I haven't been doing shit lately. I had to take my grow down. So.
Oh no way! Why?
Just needed the space and the power bill was just getting ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
I'm in Southern California, so our power bill it's fucking outrageous.
Oh, I could only imagine, dude. I could only imagine. When I was in Canada, I kind of lucked out with that because we actually got like energy incentives where we were getting paid to use energy.
No, see here, what they do is the exact opposite. Like, a couple summers ago, they asked us, hey, we're in a drought. Let's, conserve water. They asked everybody to try to conserve like 30% of water. And as a county, we did. As a whole, we actually conserve, more than they were expecting us to. So rather than rewarding those people for not using as much water, they raised our rate because they say now, well, you guys aren't using as much, so we're not making as much, and now we can't, keep our monopoly running.
Gotta hate that.
Right.
See,
right.
I did before I got a divorce there, I did an engineering project out on the reservation where we built a big solar project. And they were actually paying us. Well, not only did we get free power, but we were getting, I think it was $1,500 or $1,700 checks every 3 months.
Oh, nice.
So they really didn't give a shit how much energy that we were using because it was all getting banked to batteries, right? I couldn't use it all.
Right.
It was ridiculous. We were sending power to all the nearby towns and everything, just basically like, here, have it. But then I was also lucky because I live, when I'm in Canada, I'm right on the river. So Eagle knows this. I just use river water.
That's probably some of the best water you could use anyway, though,
It's the best water, hands down.
all natural.
It's beautiful, man. You don't have to test it. I mean, I do anyway, but it's never failed me. And then every year the water rises and drops back down. So get your soil from the riverbanks. And then you have super good soil right there. You don't have to do nothing to it. So I've never had to grow with nutrients or anything like that. Nice.
I've always said that the more natural you can get, the better off. I mean, the biggest living things on the planet are the sequoia and the redwood trees, and they get nothing but what's naturally given to them from the soil and the rainwater.
Well, and exactly too, but that's a good example because they actually create their own environment too, right? Because when water falls through there, it's so shaded that it stays damp.
Right.
Right. So it's creating its own microbial life system right at the roots.
Right. And, I've always said if we could recreate in our grow rooms the soil from those, redwood and sequoia forests, we'd be growing trees indoors.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could do it in my hometown, probably no problem. It would just be, it's just a matter of how much soil can you provide? You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Like if I was running if I was growing 200, like say 200 gallons per plant, they would be huge. It'd be fucking 15 feet tall at least.
Right. And you're not using any additives. All you're using is, the soil.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to use anything. But I've always grown like that, hey. I've never used any synthetic nutrients or anything like that. And I don't have any qualms against like Korean natural farming or anything like that. If you have to do it, do it. But to me, I just never had to do it. So I'm kind of lucky in that aspect. If I had to do it, I definitely would do natural farming over synthetics any day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. The no plant on the planet was made to take up synthetic nutrients. That was not their first choice.
Yeah.
So, you give them what their natural environment wants and has, you're gonna end up, I think, with better quality every time.
Oh, I'd agree with that. There's even places locally, like where I grew up, where you get a lot of like penis envy mushrooms and stuff growing, and it's nowhere near cow shit or anything like that. It's just great soil.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
then you get little dips where there's more moisture than normal, and you just find fields of psilocybin right there. It's pretty awesome.
It's kind of funny to watch these newer growers or some people that used to grow in hydro or whatever, and they switch over to soil and they finally get their soil good, and all of a sudden they're freaking out because they got mushrooms popping up in their planters.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Well, you keep doing what you're doing because obviously that soil is great.
Yeah, let them grow.
Let them grow.
Yep.
Yeah, throw some clover seed in there and get some little clovers going on there, and you'll be good.
Yeah, one thing I really like too is that I get a lot of wild mint and chocolate mint that grows wild. So I get a lot of that on nice. But I get a lot of that in my soils too, eh?
Well, and that
And
acts
even,
as that's a good IPM. That's a good bug repellent right there as well.
oh yeah, yeah. You got to look at, that's one thing with botany too. like when you're combining cannabis with soil health, basically the ecology and botany, you're getting a lot of good terpenes off other plants.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not just cannabis that has terpenes. All the plants out there have terpenes.
Right, but nobody's looking for them. They're looking for them in the cannabis, but they're not looking for them in your companion plant. You know, they're not
Yeah,
really
but
thinking about it.
But you know, that's where they're making a mistake. You know,
Right.
there's absolutely nothing wrong with adding things like mint or, you know, preferably it grows wild in there. But I mean, if you have to, put some mint in there. I've had wild.
Well,
I don't know
all
what
kinds of, yeah.
I don't know what these are called. Ironically, I should know what they're called. But I also get these. It's a type of wild onion that grows around the riverbeds. I get those growing a lot too.
Hmm.
And you'd think, you know, I've talked to a couple friends, local friends that aren't as close to the river that purchase soil, and they always say that's stupid. That's just taking up root space. And I'm like, yeah, but look at my plants and look at yours. There's, you know,
Right.
mine are 3 times better than yours. It's pretty hard to argue that. I don't care if it grows onions in it. Doesn't
Right.
hurt it. Doesn't hurt anything at all.
And in fact, it helps you with your bugs.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing too, is that I've never really had, there's only been one instance where I've seen an aphid in my outdoor grow. And the problem just took care of itself. I've almost never had any bug issues or anything.
See, I always have to battle those stupid little green caterpillars outdoor.
If anything, I've had to battle white-tailed deer. White-tailed deer really like cannabis.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
But, you know, where my outdoor grow is also a place where I can legally shoot them. So if you wreck a couple plants, I get meat. It's not that bad of a trade-off.
It's a nice trade-off. Sounds like.
Johnny,
Yes,
I didn't see you come in. When did you get here?
I'm sneaky that way sometimes.
Sometimes Johnny Five sneaky.
What's up? So that was an
Here's Johnny.
excellent show tonight, Eagle.
Thanks, super nice lady, man.
I think
long-
so,
Find
man.
some time to come hang out. I knew
I
she
hope
told me
so.
earlier in the day she was going to be under a little bit of time restriction. And I was like, I told the same thing I told her on air. I'm happy for whatever I get. You know what I mean? There's always another day. Let's just run it as far as we can, and then we'll, you know, try for another day.
Yeah, I followed
Yeah,
her
but
I followed her right away because obviously, you know, I like mushrooms too. And I think I hopped on at the wrong time though, because she was only on for maybe 10 minutes when I got on there. But you should have her come back on and see if she has some knowledge about the other compounds that are in various psychedelic mushrooms. That's a really interesting topic that I think is overlooked a lot because a lot of psychedelic mushrooms have various effective medicinal compounds, just like cannabis does.
I agree.
I'd like to learn more about that. I know some of them, but my knowledge on it's like very limited.
we had
I
another
would
good
love.
one last week. Indo 11, Miss Pearlie Baker was another
Oh yeah.
psilocybin edible treats. So if you didn't miss that one, that was a good one. Very knowledgeable lady. She did talk about some of the compounds. We went a lot deeper than I had discussed tonight, man. It's vicious. So if you missed that one, that's a good one to go check out, the Pearly Baker episode, Ed Bell.
Yeah, I'll go check that out. To be honest with you, YouTube's the one social that I've still, kind of been on, but I wasn't getting any notifications from you. In fact, like today or yesterday, I forget, I actually unsubscribed to your channel and had to resubscribe to it because I wasn't getting any notifications. I didn't even know you were still doing this. And I kind of thought, I was like, what the hell, man? Usually he's like every day, dude.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah,
a bummer. I sometimes think it's the subject matter, they push us back a little bit, or copyright. If I'm like playing songs that I shouldn't be, I think they smack me down a little bit because of that.
yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you resubscribed and come back and checked out the show. You been
Well, as soon as I did
missed.
that, you popped up right away. So apparently it helped.
Maybe that's what I need to do too, because I'm not really getting notifications. I just come in and check every night.
Press the bell. Go to
Oh
Eagles.
no, I did. I've done that
You
from the
go
beginning.
all notifications because I get emails and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, I wasn't getting none of that. I wasn't
Yeah.
getting any of that. I had to unsubscribe and then subscribe, hit the bell again, and then he popped up right away.
That's
And I
weird.
was like, oh, fuck, okay. Now he's on like, I forget what are you on, like episode 560 or something like that? I was like, holy fuck, I missed a lot of shows.
A
Yeah.
lot of good ones. A lot of good ones. For sure.
You know
But
what I
yeah,
mean?
and now more than ever, man, with the announcement of the grandbaby, man, I am fucking more fired up about this than ever, man. I'm like, hell yeah, I want a legacy. I want a grandson. I want to make sure I've left my skin mark. I want the grandson to grow up. That's my grandpa right there,
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. You guys, I'm gonna dip out just for a second. I'm gonna weather the cold to go have a couple of quick hoots. I'll be right back in like 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
Right.
man. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta
don't get
put on.
frostbite out there.
Oh, I got a big jacket here, dude.
Yeah, put an extra beanie on. Yeah, that looks like a warm one.
It's the opposite of my jacket, but the same.
Dude, I need
Yeah.
something like that for the bike for when I'm riding.
That's what I'm talking about. At least
That
they'll
high
be able to see
visibility,
you, right?
reflective. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a heavy duty work jacket that I used when I was engineering out in the solar field.
It's
Hey,
the
I'll be
same
right
shit,
back,
but
though.
opposite. Holy fuck. That's awesome. He's got the orange one, I got the yellow one.
I've been looking for one, like a
You
motorcycle
need
jacket
one?
with the high
I was
vis,
gonna say one like
reflective.
this. I know where to find these. You just gotta get the U-liner fucking the U-line fucking, and you can get these, all the different work ones, all the different mechanics jackets, all the mechanics pants, shoes, boots, all that shit.
Where are you finding that at? Because I don't even care if it's like a windbreaker type deal.
Right here. This company.
Oh yeah, Uline has all kinds of shit.
U-line, and there's another one. What's the fucking other one? I can't remember the name.
No shit.
Fuck.
Because I've been looking in like
Yeah,
the
I'll
motorcycle
remember.
specific ones. They're like $400 to $500, man.
Yeah, these, they have all different they have fucking good ones, like fucking that you would use for motorcycles and shit, like to ride them. Mechanic ones that like have elbow patches. The toes are fucking steel toes on the shoes, not just the boots, but the shoes, like all of them. It's all fucking. They have the snap-on ones and these ones, but the snap-on are like double the price, and this is like the lowercase g, almost the lowercase g, the little g. It's not the big G.
Yeah, see, I don't even care if it's like a warm jacket. I just want
Yeah, this
something.
is warm as fuck too. The dogs
'Cause,
take over.
like riding around my bike that's street legal, it's all black.
Yeah,
My
you could
riding
take the
gear is
liner
all
out of this one. See, this liner comes out, so you could take the fleece liner out, and then you could just have a windbreaker if you wanted. but it's still a thick jacket on the outside, the windbreaker. It's not like a pussy windbreaker. Like I have like a bunch of those little thin ones, but that one's a thick windbreaker. Guess it's not windbreaker, but it does the same job. It's got that E3 or whatever that is.
Yeah, see, I don't care if it's a windbreaker or a goddamn knitted sweater from grandma, man. I just want something that people are going to see me at night, so they quit trying to run my ass over in the intersections.
Yeah, that fucking shit blinds you. Where's my light? When I find my flashlight. Where the fuck did it go? Let's go look for my flashlight.
Guys, can I chime in here a little bit? True Serum is asking a question. She says, how soon after a neem oil drench should I change out the soil? I don't know if I'd necessarily change out the soil.
Yeah.
I think I'd reintroduce some microbes, put a fan blowing across the bottom of your soil and bottom feed for a little while until you get rid of them white flies. I don't necessarily think soil change outs necessarily unless it's bad. What are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I think throw some good compost tea through there, maybe some nematodes, and you should be okay.
That shit. I had to use that shit, and I'm still using the same everything that I used. You know, I wouldn't change out anything like you said for anything, for any bugs. Just take it hard. Whatever you did, put microbes back. That's all.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. You know, a lot of people don't realize it too, but if you make, I really like the worm teas and the compost teas. And once you're done brewing your teas, all that leftover material in your bags works through a good top dressing as well.
Oh yeah, just mix that shit right in.
You know,
yeah,
puts a lot of shit back on the soil. I see too many people throwing that away. Think it's, you know, it's gone through the brewing cycle and now it's worthless. It's actually really good to put your top dress now.
Now I got a question.
Realistically, the drench should have knocked almost everything down in eggs. I mean, between that, the breeze going across the top of the soil and the dry out should eliminate good 90%, 95% of them, I would think. Right?
Yeah, should.
What's your question,
should.
Johnny?
Well, my question is totally off on another subject, so you guys were still hitting on that. So I can wait a minute.
I'm a big fan of nematodes. If you have something that you think is living and breeding in your soil that should not be there, get some nematodes and water in some nematodes, and they'll take care of quite a bit of stuff, you know.
What's it cost to get a dose of those?
Oh, it varies. I mean, shit, you can buy them at like Ace Hardware in some places.
Seriously? Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Pretty much. Well, I don't know about you know, where everybody else is at, but I can tell you here, pretty much anywhere there's like a, you know, quote unquote garden center. A lot of them carry nematodes and ladybugs and lacewings, things like that. They're little, like, you know, the little end cap coolers where like the Cokes and the Monster drinks and stuff are at the grocery store by the checkout lines.
Yeah.
They have the same kind of little deals with beneficial bugs. And once in a while you'll find nematodes. They're like $30 when I find them at like Ace Hardware and places like that.
Oh boy, it's cold out there.
But I mean, with you know, the wonders of the internet today, all you got to do is just type up nematodes for sale near me into Google, and it's going to point you to 10 different stores where you can get them. You know, prices are going to vary depending on where you're at, but they run about $30. That's about what I pay for them, about $30.
That makes sense. All right.
And I mean, they'll take care of things like even like in your outdoor raised beds, you know, like grubs and things like that that are down in your roots.
Really?
The nematodes will take care of those.
So that wouldn't be a bad idea to just introduce something like that out into my raised bed. just for the hell of it.
exactly. Water them in really well because they travel on the water. So water them in really well. And what happens is they actually get inside of, like, for instance, the grubs, the big white grubs.
And eat them.
They kill them from the inside out. So, yeah, even the eggs, I haven't seen a grub find raised beds in probably 3 years. And that's when I started watering humidors over there.
And I'll have to hit you up at when I get back out of Canada here. I got a lot of learning to do at the new grow I'm at, so totally different operation for me now.
Yeah,
How big of a
what are you
grow?
doing different?
What's that?
What are you doing different? How big is it?
It's almost 20,000 square feet.
Oh, that's pretty good size. Yeah.
Yeah, it took a lot of work to get all the proper licensing and stuff, but they just went full rec, so you could probably guess where I'll be. I don't really want to say it, but
Nice.
yeah, it's completely different type of grow for me. So it'll all work out fine, but it'll take a lot more work than it did where I was located in Canada.
Well, and it's
The
going to be
one thing I'm looking forward to though is the fact that I can grow year round, because I was on a good year here, I could get 101 days.
Oh, wow.
And that was a good year. It gets super hot here, high humidity, lots of tornadoes. Some of the outdoor shit was just, I mean, it's great when it works out properly, but lots of headaches with stuff like that.
I personally think outdoor is harder than indoor.
Oh, I'd say it's way harder. I mean, I was still always growing indoor, but it was small scale. And that's where I did a lot of my breeding projects, and then I'd recreate them outdoors to see how they do. That's, I don't test indoors. At least I haven't yet. Eventually I probably will have to, but I like testing. I like testing outdoor. I mean, you're never going to be able to tell things like, like mildew resistance. You're not going to be able to tell inside. I mean, unless you have a dedicated room, and come on, I'm not worth $50 million or anything. So it's not like I can just be building this stuff all the time.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of these people that have never grown outdoors really understand how much time and effort and work actually go into it.
Oh, I went on a trip. This is probably going back like 3 years ago. I went on a trip with the family for a week. Came back to, I guess the day after I left, there was a tornado. Everything was fucked up. And
Wow.
I was like heartbroken, but then at the same time, I was like, hey, this is actually an awesome test. Let's see how everything bounces back. It was thrown over 50-gallon pails and 100-gallon pails, and plants that were in the earth were half broken and all sorts of stuff. But, I had a good recovery. It was awesome. It was actually a really good learning experience. Plus, with that high humidity, hey, we'll get like really, really heavy rains too.
Yeah,
As cold as it gets in my hometown in the winter, like I said, -40, -45. In the summer, it's +35 with 100% humidity. It goes completely the opposite way.
and see that humidity and that rain, man, that'll just kill you. A little bit of rain gets inside some of those, buds that are forming up, and next thing you know, they're rotting out mold.
But that's the beauty of it. I've hardly ever had to deal with it. And
Yeah,
that's the good thing about testing and breeding properly. You know, 99% of other people's seeds, if I would have put them out there, they'd be fucked.
Yeah.
But you know, that's why, you know, you should really test your plants hard, man. Test them hard and weed out the weak. No pun intended.
Only the strong survive.
Exactly. The beauty is when they all survive and they're all strong. That's the beauty.
Yeah.
That's what you want to achieve. Man, I'm not gonna lie, this kind of feels weird, man. It's been a long fucking time since I've talked online. Used to do this shit almost every night.
yeah,
Welcome
we're all still
back.
here pretty much every night. So welcome back.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, I appreciate it.
And
Yeah,
Wednesdays,
good to
Johnny
meet
and I
you.
are taking over for the West Coast takeovers. So
Well, once I get back to the new location there, I'll have to shoot some video and do some interview type stuff, video stuff from there.
yeah, that'd be awesome to see.
Well, there's only certain things I can show, but I mean, I'll show what I can.
Right.
But have you guys been doing any breeding or just straight growing or?
I haven't been doing much
something.
of anything right now.
Oh, the last season. What you did something last season, SoCal, and so did Johnny.
Oh
So
yeah.
did I. We all grew
Had
our own seeds. What
accidents.
the hell? Yeah, we all got seeds. Yeah,
No,
We had accidents in our garden.
yeah. We all had
Beautiful
some
Actually-
seeds.
accidents.
No, I'm not going to say I had an accident. I'm going to say I had a miracle.
Yeah, no, mine open
Okay.
pollinates. I open pollinate, so I look for that. But they had really good stuff come out of theirs. But yeah,
I'm rather shocked. I had some Tao's genetics running through my garden, and I had a blueberry cheesequake that I cloned out. I had a shitload of them going, and I lost track of one of them. And when it actually showed that it was male, then I got rid of all the clones, except that one that I lost track of because it didn't have a tag in it. The tag fell down inside the pot, so I didn't know what it was really. So I'm sitting there talking on the phone to Miranda Family Farms, and I look across into my garden and I see a lone bean starting to grow out of the top of one of my buds. And I said, "What the hell? That's not supposed to be there." So we got off the phone and I just went into my tent, diving through it, looking for a herm. And I didn't see a herm anywhere right away, out of the ones that I was looking at right there. And then the lights went out right away, and I said, "Oh shit, I'll have to look for them in the morning." So I went in there in the morning when they opened back up again, and I took each one of the plants out so I could move them out, look at each one, check them out. I ended up finding that darn thing. It was a boy, full on boy, and it spread throughout. By that time, it had the whole night to throw through the tent. So yeah, it did a good job, and it covered up probably 15 different strains.
no.
shit.
Yeah.
I
So
didn't know that. Fuck yeah.
yeah, it got carried away. I haven't even grown most of them, so I'm slowly going into each one of them, checking them out. And I'll tell you what, I think I was blessed with that little mistake.
Yeah, I think you'll find something cool. I mean,
Oh yeah.
when I was breeding back in Canada, I mean, that's my preference is open pollination.
Yeah.
But
Well, we're doing a project, right, Eagle?
but I always have the benefit of looking for the male I want. So
Well,
that
you know
makes
about the DOA project, right?
no, I don't.
No, we got a
No,
breeding
Johnny?
project throughout all of us here. Our a close friend of ours, one of the growers, one of the people that have been on the show, passed away last year, December 15th. And he had a very infectious laugh, a killer smile. He was just a jovial kind of a person, and just a great grower and a great person, such a nice, kind individual. You know what I'm saying? Coming from where he came from, he was an awesome person, you know. But he liked the Colombian and a few other types of strains. What was the other one? The Jack Skellington is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And so he liked those. So we got a hold of Miranda Family Farms, donated a pack of each one of those, and sent them to Eagle, and Eagle and Smiley separated them, and Smiley was growing the Jack Skellington, Eagle's growing the Columbium, and then they found the super phenos out of those and males, and then they crossed. Did you guys cross those? Yes.
I'm ready. My lady and my male are, well, I should say, Smiley's lady and my male are all paired up. They're in their tent side by side. They're under 24 hours of light, just waiting for the flood. So they're just. I transplanted them last week. I wanted to give them a couple of days in their new shoes, a little bit stretch out there. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then, so I'll probably flip them either tomorrow or the next day to get that going. So my side of it will be started here the next day or so, and I don't think Smiley's like a week or 2 weeks. Something.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Oh man, well, first of all, sorry to hear about the loss. It's always, I hate hearing that stuff, man. No matter if I knew him or didn't know him, or I hate hearing about that stuff. But that's really fucking dope that you guys are carrying that on and doing a project with it. That type of stuff I fully support, man. I love that stuff.
So between all of us here in our group, we're all going to get some beans of it, and we're going to pheno hunt.
Hey man, nothing wrong with splitting up the work.
Yeah.
Especially,
I think that's kind of how it is, right, Eagle? Or just grow
Yes,
it out
sir.
for him.
It's like a grow off. It's like,
Yeah, just kind of like a grow off, you know?
And then we'll all send each other a little gift package and see who's the best. You know?
Yeah.
I would personally like to see, something come about of it. If we find something nice that
Something
needs
special.
to come to the forefront, I'd be willing to keep, working another round, keep working it. For sure.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Or if you find an outlier, cutting only, you know? You never
And
know. You might find you might find that outlier that you have to keep the cutting only. You never know.
And the stuff that Eagle got over there, the Columbium, what is it? It's the skinny man's weed.
Hmm?
What's that?
It makes you hungry.
Yeah. That won't you.
It's the skinny man's weed. You got it. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, you know. You got to be a skinny man to start smoking that stuff and love it.
Oh, the fat man will love it, dude.
Oh, totally.
I used to be 250 pounds, so I know I love that shit because I could still eat like I was 250 pounds.
There you go.
That's funny. You know, over the past couple of years, I did some collabs, and then, but over the last, I don't know, like probably like 14 months, I've just been doing all my own shit. And I gotta say, it's kind of surreal because you don't realize how much like strain name knowledge, lineage and stuff like that you lose when you're not on the socials or on the forums or anything for 14 months or whatever the hell it is. Or I don't even know. Actually, honestly, I don't even know how long that was gone. Could have been 2 years. I don't know.
Well,
but
you
it's
probably
funny.
forgot more than I even know.
Cheers, Eagle. Cheers, Eagle.
Cheers.
But
Bingus.
What's up,
Cheers,
Bingus?
guys. Good to see you.
Cheers.
Drop on and smoke a few bowls with y'all.
Still
Right on.
awake.
Eagles was saying hi to me in the
Cheers.
chat room. I thought I'd just whisper in his ear here. Good to see you, Endo. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm awesome, man. How are you doing?
Great, thank you.
Oh,
Johnny,
thank you too, man.
Green
Good to
Fingers,
see you, Bingus.
SoCal. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. How you doing?
Yeah, fuck you too.
Oh,
This is
thank
from SoCal. He's
thank
got to
you,
do
my
this, Bingus.
You
And
bunch
he
of
hates it.
fuckers.
He hates this right here, Bingus. So every time, just flex for him.
Green fingers. Eat a
There.
dick.
I had to
I
switch
will.
back over so
I
I could
will.
see you guys.
Hey, go choke on your pipe, man. Go choke on that
I'll
pipe.
do that just for you and because I like it, but mainly for you.
Go suck on a tailpipe strain.
Rubber hose in my nose. Up my nose with a rubber
A
hose.
strain called suck on a tailpipe.
Pole smoker.
So here's a question. I was talking to Sorrel today, and we were discussing the mushrooms, the mushroom farms and stuff that I was talking
That was a
about
great,
the other night.
great episode. I just watched it. It's good.
And thanks, that's cool. And the thing about it is I'm wondering, and SoCal was wondering, why it is that when people put mushrooms into their garden to give it CO2, and it's just one pack, right? And it's supposed to help. Correct?
That's
Oh, I wasn't wondering why
based
they were
on
doing it.
size, Johnny.
Based
know
on
you-
Talking
size.
about CO2 bags. Usually
Okay,
one
now-
of them bags are good for 4x4 area. That's the way I've
Okay.
always figured it. One bag per 4x4.
All right. So here was my thought. Since mushrooms create so much of that type of carbon dioxide, I guess it is, right? Is that right? I don't know if I'm saying the right thing or not, man. I feel like an idiot. Somebody help me out here. So
Yeah, CO2, carbon dioxide.
CO2.
CO2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyways, if you had a facility where you had a mushroom plant garden going, producing like a lot of mushrooms, and the off gas of that, what do they do with that? You know what I'm saying? Do they just off gas it out into the air?
Fuel. Yeah.
Wouldn't
the
it make
gas.
wouldn't it make sense to set up different types of grows around a mushroom facility so that
Yeah.
it's pumping that air into those facilities directly, and then the air that the oxygen is producing from the plants gets pumped right back into the mushroom plant?
Like
Or, I mean,
that's
you know,
infrastructure and that costs money.
Yeah, I
well,
mean,
if you had it in one facility and you had a microgreen, you know, and
Yeah, but they're
different
not.
type of
They're not
garden.
vertical growers. They're just farmers to farm mushrooms. But yeah, that's a
Yeah.
integrated. That's a vertical integrative way to change gardening for sure.
I mean,
I-
that just seems like it would be beneficial for all of the growers to
Yeah,
kind of
there's some people do that style.
locate
Yeah.
themselves in one facility and work off of each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot
hell,
of
they got
microgreens
the
growers do that where they grow other stuff and they grow the tents around all on the walls. All the tents, the 2x4s or whatever, will be microgreens, and everything in between will be other plants that need more space. You know.
well, I'm
It's
saying
not a
with
bad
also the waste
they-
of the mushrooms would be
mushrooms,
a perfect
exactly.
thing to spread throughout the other gardens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
I
have
mean,
a
you
whole
just-
bunch of tents of that next to the other tents, like the mushroom tents next to regular plants, and let it off gas, like you said.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
utilize both.
I've done it before and it's worked really well. One of the things I'll say for sure too is that it allows you to work with more light.
Nice.
So you can have your par levels higher than you normally would. Because generally speaking, once you're above 1,000 par, right, then you're going to have to introduce that artificially anyway.
So you're saying the CO2 will buffer the par factor or the damage
Yeah.
factor on the leaves?
Yeah,
That's
so you
interesting.
can actually, so now you can get a higher yield because you can use more light.
That's interesting.
But can you understand where I was going with that?
Well, the
How
CO2
benefits
layer
would work?
must buffer the spectrum at some point, or enhance it, or maybe there's some kind of entourage effect. That's interesting.
Well, if you really want to put it into simplistic terms, it's basically a more natural way of adding CO2 to your grow, so you can increase the lighting. Because once you get above 1,000 par, it's not going to benefit your plants. It just isn't. We know that. We all know that.
Okay, so what makes the CO2 allow the environment to be higher par and not have a negative effect on the plants? What is the CO2 doing? That's my question.
It's basically sucking out carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. It's creating a better atmosphere
for it to breathe.
So the plants breathe better.
So it's a more efficient atmosphere. Oh, okay, I get it.
Like what Johnny Caniseed is saying is, it actually only makes sense.
I mean, you could think of each one of those rooms being as a lung room for the other.
Yeah.
Now I know in ancient history that's reported that the CO2s were level and we had much larger plant life and animal life and all that kind of stuff. So you're basically creating that type of an atmosphere, and by doing the entourage effect with using mushrooms.
And I don't really remember the science behind it. I had it dialed a couple years ago, the terminology and whatnot, but you're creating a much better environment based on the CO2 content. And it basically, like Johnny Caniseed was saying, like, you end up with giant yields. You end up with much bigger plants, similar to let's say just a generic example would be the rainforests.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving off massive amounts of CO2, thus creating a better biodome, better biodiversity, better soil, better air quality, which just makes the plants thrive.
Better efficiency all around.
All around. Yeah. So no, it'd be an absolutely awesome idea. Now, the only thing I'd beg to or urge people to keep an eye on is measuring your CO2 levels, so you can adjust your lighting systems accordingly.
Well, that would be easy enough to do if you have a sensor in line and a way to dampen it off a little bit, slow it down. You could create the perfect amount going into a room. It just makes sense that if you had like a facility where you could have smaller station grows within a building, larger ones, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it would be like spidering these things out to the other rooms and just feeding it right back to it, I don't know. It just,
you could.
I thought about that today, and I almost fell out of bed when I was thinking about it. So I just thought I'd throw it out here with everybody.
No, you could do that, and then even just your basic novice, like the novice,
right?
The novice level. The novice level way I think of testing it would be to basically get your mushroom grow ready in a smaller space, and see how it affects the plants, measure everything, be scientific, and get quantifiable data of how much CO2 gas is being released within the square footage of that space. Because technically, you could actually incorporate your mushroom grow right into your cannabis grow. Like and I mean within the same room without dispersing it into other areas. You
Now,
would
here's
just have
something
to,
else I was thinking about doing. I just got permission to use the waste of a organic mushroom farm here in Las Vegas. So I'm actually going to ask this person if I can actually do a walkthrough of his plant just to get an idea of how it works.
oh, you'd always want to do that. I mean,
And then
anybody,
maybe I could talk him into doing some experiments with me and maybe venturing into a business plan.
hey, you never know. Worst case scenario is that it doesn't work. Best case scenario or a good case scenario is that it makes your plants better. Best case scenario is that it could end up being a business relationship. You never know. But the thing about what I do, and Eagle knows this, when I grow, like I'm all about quantifiable data. How can I make things better? But it has to be scientifically measurable. It's not pseudoscience. And don't get me wrong. And don't get me wrong, I've had some wacky ideas too, where it's like, I don't know if I can really prove this. The only way to prove it is to try it. You know what I mean? But you have to test everything. Otherwise, you don't know if what you're doing is beneficial, harmful. You never really know. You need to have quantifiable data. But there's nothing wrong with trying. I mean, when you're 14 years old, you didn't know if you could drive a car until you did it.
So
right?
true.
I knew I could because I grew up driving golf carts, so I had to know how to drive. My dad forced me.
Probable
well,
odds.
I'm professional.
Well-
Fucking, I'm good.
Probable odds. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's just
Well-
the odds. Yeah,
You,
but
you
like,
make
yeah,
a good point. You make a good point, though.
you make a really good point because yeah, I fucking didn't know any of this shit indoor would work for me, but it's working pretty good. I just had to bring a bed, a fucking bed of soil indoors, of living soil indoors to try it. You know.
Just grow, basically.
So it worked though, somewhat. I got mushrooms growing out the ass on accident, like in my soil. Like you guys said, if it's growing mushrooms, it's good. I'm like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's good though. I'm still scared because it's the first time. So don't be afraid to try anything for the first time.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I would strongly encourage that if you can test the results, do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well,
but
it's all about testing.
yeah, it's about doing it once first, and then if you try it again and it's the same results, try it again and try it again and try it again.
Well, and
Don't give up. That's all.
The thing is growers, and I think some of us don't do this, but I think the vast majority of us would agree, is that over the years we accumulate knowledge, we accumulate experience, and then it all becomes about maximizing what we can actually do with the plant, the yield, the medicine, the seeds, the breeding. You get to a certain level where you're always trying to optimize and maximize. You know what I mean? I don't want a 20 by 20 room full of plants that are a foot tall.
Yeah.
If I could just change one simple little thing and they're 4 feet tall, then I've made progress.
Yeah.
But at some point in our lives, in our careers, we all probably grew some pretty shitty plants. And you know what I mean? It's not like we just dropped a magic bean and it was like, whoa, dude, that's 8 feet tall, the best stuff I ever had. Like it just doesn't work that way. It's an accumulation of time and knowledge and experience and learning tricks from other people and sharing information and, you know, what did you do? And then you
That's
also,
why we love these shows so much, because everybody
Yeah.
shares their story, their knowledge, spreads that stuff out so everybody else
Yeah.
can learn off of it, grow off of it. It's a
And
blessing.
like, yeah, like you said,
absolutely,
exactly what you
absolutely.
said.
And then with variables, you know, scientifically, you're always going to have variables. So, you know, there's going to be people that say, you know, say you want to grow, I just smoke pink kush, so I'll use that as an example. So maybe I grew a harvest of pink kush this year, right? And it turned out awesome. So then all you guys could say, well, what did you grow this year that turned out awesome? And I'd say pink kush. But now here's the variables. Maybe one lives on the, you know, on the east, like northeast side of the United States. Maybe one lives in northern Canada. Maybe one lives down southwest. Now we're adding in variables. So you might grab that plant and say, fuck yeah, I'll run what Endo says. And then we have a very, like a huge,
Dragon fruit.
Dragon
like a
fruit.
total different experience with what the plant actually was, because we added in all sorts of different weather variables and
The
grow
terroir
variables.
inside the soil
Yeah.
and the air, everything. There's so
The
many
water.
variables in each
Yeah.
little climate. Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
water, the fucking amount you water, the fucking food you feed, if you feed it anything at all.
You're by the ocean. If you live by a the Salton
Altitude,
Sea,
climate,
Dick.
yeah, everything. Latitude, longitude, altitude, fucking everything.
Exactly. But I love
Fucking,
hearing that from you guys, because obviously you're cognizant that that's a thing. But
hell
I've
Oh,
yeah.
always
we
told
we
when I'm
we
when I'm
totally reach into some crazy crap onto this
Well,
show,
yeah,
man.
it's
I'm
dragon
telling.
fruit. It's literally dragon fruit around here. It's like we're looking
Yeah,
for fucking pine and it's still dragon fruit every time. So
that's
yeah,
been
see,
the terroir
Someday.
of Eagles.
yeah,
Is
like I got another pine, but I'm not gonna call it a pine until I could get it to him, and then he's like, it's pine, and it stayed pine because I'm like, fuck it, it's dragon fruit to me right now because I know what it's gonna turn into if he does get it in his area. It's gonna
I
turn
know,
to a dragon fruit, just
I
straight
know,
dragon.
like some of the local growers that I've helped and whatnot in my years, like it's kind of broken their brains when I break this down to them and explain it to them. Because then another variable is, do I have an F2 but you have an F1?
right.
Do you have an F4 but I have an F3? Do you have a BX1 but I have an F3? These are other variables too,
Yeah, and even the
right?
cuttings,
So
even the cuttings change when you send them across the country. That cutting changes to a whole different girl. You know, it's like, what the fuck is this now? It's dragon fruit. Fucking yeah.
Well,
So even
you know,
cuttings,
exactly.
that's
variables on
that,
cuttings is crazy. It's like
have you
fuck.
guys noticed anything about when a seed is created in like a colder, more wet climate and it's brought to a arid, dry climate? Do you think there might be an effect upon how the seed might germinate and grow in that kind of a difference?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, because I've had a few things that I've gotten from people that are from colder climates that I have a hard time with
Yeah.
in a dry, arid climate.
I don't think it's so much the seed itself. I think it's the genetics of the parents going.
Well, it's
Okay.
it, yeah, it can be genetic expression, but I mean, when you really boil it down, right? Like the genotype times the environment is the phenotype, right?
Well, yeah. Well, it's an effect. Yeah,
Those
it's a
are the
variable.
two basic elements that are required for a genotype.
Yeah. So I mean, anybody that breeds or grows a lot knows that. So like the second a seed goes from one place to another, it's altered. Whether it's for the good or the bad, it could go either way. You don't really know. But I mean, it's funny that you say that, because that reminded me of something funny that happened about 2 years ago. I just did this dumb little experiment that I was kind of shocked with. I actually germinated some seeds that I was just testing germination rates. And I typically do a paper towel method after about a 24, well, let's say 18 to 30 hours. So somewhere in there, just depending. And then I put it in a container with paper towel, fold it over, it's damp, super rudimentary style. Just like pretty much any newbie grower would do. The thing that shocked me is that I didn't use lukewarm water or room temperature water. I used cold water. And everything fucking germinated really fast. To the point where I checked it the next morning, and I already had plants that were trying to reach out of the container.
Wait a minute now. You mean, did you keep it in a warm location, or it was just cold water in a cold location?
Not, I wouldn't say cold, but air conditioned.
Okay, so just average temperature then.
So not hot, not humid, but not cold. But it was in cold water. And every
similar to like a winterizing technique,
right?
Put the seed, chilled the seed for a minute, made it almost believe that it's went through like a winter and it's springtime. That's pretty much what
now see, like. Maybe I had never heard of anything like that. Maybe you guys know about that stuff, but I just thought of trying that one day just to see what would happen. And the next morning when I checked the seeds, I was fucking astounded. They were already 4 or 5 inches long, and they were trying to grow out of the fucking container.
It's a procreation hormonal activated, I think, thing. It's just like when you let a plant go long in flower, it'll eventually produce some male pollen to procreate. So if it's threatened, right, as a seedling, it's going to respond.
Well, it's fighting to survive, yeah. But I was still really surprised with that.
It's something I've known about, actually, and I need to start, especially this time of year, because my water is really cold. I need to kind of forget this shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's good to be reminded, huh?
Yep.
Yeah,
because I've had the same type of result, quite frankly.
And to be honest with you, I only did this with 10 seeds, or maybe 12. But the funny thing is that it didn't seem to affect the node spacing as the plant grew. Like the node spacing was really, really good, but the plants were actually about 10 to 12 inches taller at the end of flowering.
Really?
Wow.
So it gave them, so it kind of did hormonally and whatever else was going on. It gave them a head start.
Yeah.
And they certainly didn't. They certainly weren't weaker plants. They were in fact, I would say they were probably stronger plants.
Interesting.
That's a good one.
Actually, now that I think about it, I completely forgot I did that. I'm gonna have to try and recreate that, because I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's because I've done it a couple of times. Wonder there's got to be some strain specific type reactions. Maybe some strains won't do it, perhaps, that are from hotter climates, perhaps. I don't know.
But what are we talking about? Are we talking about seeds, or are we talking about when they're growing already?
Seeds.
Yeah, seeds. Yeah, I used to put mine in the freezer for a day, and then I'd pull them out, and then I'd sprout them, because I heard Subcool doing all that shit. And he
No,
wouldn't give us a real reason, but he was like, yeah, we keep them at a low temperature to fucking make them all female. Because that's what because I found out it makes them all female. And when I heard him say that shit, then he got a scientist in there. And she's like, no, that's not the reason. But, and then like, yeah, but they broke it down. Like when he said it, I was like, fuck yeah, I'm doing it just because he said it, you know? So like, yeah,
Right.
when I heard it, it was because of sub. So that was, but then they had the reason why, and I don't remember why now. But he had a
Tips,
scientist come in and everything. So, but like,
tips,
but the
pearls.
one funny thing I will mention though is that these were all very Afghani based strains, very indica related strains.
That'd be a good one to test. You know what I mean? If you
Yeah.
want data, that'd be a great one, actually.
that's
Actually, I think as soon as I get off here, I think I'm gonna grab some seeds and do it.
You
Yeah,
could
there
you
create a
go.
whole series on something like that. Different strains, different temperatures.
yeah.
That'd be you could do a paper on that. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah,
A yellow paper or a white paper?
Oh, you could
Because
get a
I read
science.
something about the white papers the other day.
That was when you were taking the dumples. Was
White
that?
Yeah,
paper
you
is
use the white paper to wipe your butt.
or,
Something
I
like
got
that.
or to wipe off other
Right.
parts. It's a
Get those dingleberries, you know.
stay clean. We need the garden to be clean.
Will nuts. Those little dingleberries that just will not come off.
Will not come off and will not go away. Will not wash off.
When you call somebody, if you want to insult somebody in a very indirect way, you say, you're kind of a will not, aren't you? And he'll go, oh, yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
I can tell by the way you swing.
That's right, man. You're stubborn little bugger.
this is kind of funny. This is the type of talk I miss having on the internet though with fellow
Stick
growers.
around, buddy.
You can talk some shit, you can
And
learn
this
some
is-
stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot I even did that.
Oh, me too, brother. And I'm talking maybe 3 or 4 years ago that I did that. And it was this time of year when the water was very cold. And I thought to myself, I hope this doesn't screw them up. And the next day I had fucking tails. I was like, whoa, okay. And
Yeah,
Lord.
these ones had already shed their shells.
see, that's what I'm thinking. There might be some genetic influence there.
In fact, now that I think about it, I had damaged the root system a little bit because they were already growing the tail into the paper towel.
Well, you know, if you gush like your body with growth hormone, you're gonna feel fucking fantastic, brother. Seriously. I mean, it's just a living thing. You increase the hormones in something, they go, oh yeah, they like it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
When we I worked at a
Don't
hemp
get-
farm, where we constantly leaf stripped to keep the hormones gushing to the extremities because we wanted really good seeds. And it works really well.
Well, this was another thing. It's a little bit off topic, but it's also on topic. When I test, I always take a few plants of each strain. And me and a couple other guys used to joke about this because they thought I was crazy. At I'd say early to mid veg, kind of when it's like, you know, it's not mid veg, but it's not really early veg either. I would actually take 3 or 5 gallon pots of the strains and throw them up against the wall and break them. Like it would break up the root system and then you repot it. And I was fucking amazed at how much it increased the yield and how it grew. I thought it would potentially kill plants.
That's kind of funny because when I transplant mine, I shove them, I loosen up my root balls and then I crush them down into the hole. So it's totally fucking up the root system.
There's something to that. We used
Yeah,
to
and-
we used to grow them in 2-gallon narrow containers. We take them out, cut the bottom half off, and then transplant them. And they would just, it increases the root growth. Somehow we would use stimulants as well, you know, to help.
Mycorrhizae or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
see, I've never done that, but I was talking, I told a buddy about it years ago, and he kind of laughed and he said, you know, I do the same thing. I just don't throw them up against the wall. He said, I cut off maybe about 1.5 or 2 inches off the bottom of the root system, and then I repot them. And I think it probably has a lot to do with what you're saying with hormone growth.
Yep.
You get exogenous hormone, but the way my buddy explained it was very, you know, and pretty much an ignorant way of explaining it, but it seemed to make some sense. There's no way I could prove it anyway, scientifically. But he said, look, the plant's already so big. Now you just gave it an extra 2 inches to grow roots. So if it didn't kill the plant, it's only going to naturally get bigger.
as above is below.
Yeah.
It's like when you get a larger, wider container, the plant gets larger and
exactly.
wider. You know, it's there's a lot of natural tendencies that we have that we seem to overlook a lot. I notice getting with some of the older agronomists, I guess you could, in that spectrum, and listening, it kind of took me back to some of the basic original techniques that we, I don't know, forget. We just don't. A lot of them too takes time and labor. Sometimes we get lazy, like data, you know, quantifying data and gathering data, very time consuming, you know.
Yeah, it is.
But that's how you make progress, verifiable progress.
Yeah, and see, I come from a science background, right? So I'm used to that type of stuff. It's kind of funny that you mentioned growth hormone because I used to develop steroids.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was 20 years old, I was doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I have
I
degrees.
trained heavily. I trained heavily and took a lot of that growth hormone enhancement, arginine, ornithine. I mean, there's anything I could do to increase my growth hormone. I was taking it.
Yeah, I even used to train Mr. Canada. It's fucking hilarious.
I didn't do the steroids though. I did not do that.
I did.
Did it? I mean, you're still alive, so you must not have overdid it.
Oh, no. There's a lot of misinformation out there about stuff like that. As long as you know what you're doing, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I didn't just do steroids. I actually developed steroids.
Oh, wow.
So, but I'm a chemist, so it's not that hard to do.
Well, if it's not so hard to do, what would you do for a 67-year-old guy that needs a boost in energy?
I would get your blood tested, see what range you fall at in your testosterone levels.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't specifically go to human growth hormone because it's really expensive and it does take quite a while to work. But you could certainly use testosterone. You could use something like a Sustanon that's got a quick acting, middle acting, and then long acting aspect to it. And testosterone's funny because when you get your blood measured, the acceptable level is anywhere between 200 parts per milliliter, or parts per million, sorry, and 1,200 parts per million. That's a huge difference. But as you get older, like once you're about 55 or 60, you're definitely somewhere in the 150 to 200 range. But you need exogenous testosterone. So the best way to go about it, let's say theoretically you were at 200, right? Because exogenous testosterone shuts down your body's own production. You don't want to take 200 milligrams of testosterone because that's null and void. You want to take 400 to 600 milligrams of testosterone, so you're at levels higher than you were previous. And that's where you'll see the benefit. Now where you'll see the side effects is when you're an idiot and you start going to 800 to 1 gram or 1.2 grams. Now you're going to have a huge rise in cholesterol and blood pressure and things like that.
Bad for your heart.
And that's where people run into problems, is they think more is better, and that's just stupid. But when you look at a bodybuilder, you got to remember that they're not just using a ridiculous amount of testosterone. They're using 5 or 6 different steroids. So it could be methyltrianolone with testosterone, with decadurabolin. And these are all pharmacologically different compounds. They're all steroids, but they all serve different functions. And that's what they call stacking and whatnot. But they end up using 5, 6, 7 different steroids, and that's where you really run into problems, because your weekly dose gets into the gram level. You know what? You could be at 3 grams a week. Well, yeah, you're gonna get some muscle, but you're also gonna fucking have a lot of health problems. Your body's not meant to grow like that. Anyways, I've derailed this. Let's talk cannabis. But
no, I appreciate the input. I'd actually be considered. I've considered going to see about enhancing my testosterone levels, quite frankly, because it's I'm going to be 67, I think, next month, and I can definitely feel the decline in energy is what I'm dealing with, and I don't like that. And I'm taking all kinds of things to help increase that, but I know I can just feel the fact that I need more testosterone. And but you go to my heart doctor, and he's like, "No, your testosterone's fine." I'm like, "Dude, get out of here."
No, and see, that's I've actually done this.
Prostate problems will add.
What?
Prostate problems will also is the first sign of a bad prostate is extreme.
You're breaking up, man. So I got
I was just saying prostate problems can bring on fatigue, or that's the first sign of prostate problems is heavy fatigue.
Prostate's fine though.
So what you want?
Well, you got 2 out of 3 going there, I guess.
What you want to do, though, and I've advocated, because I was a registered nutritional consultant practitioner as well, and I've advocated for clients. If your doctor's unwilling to work with you, just remind him of his oath. And if he's still unwilling to work with you, find another doctor.
Yeah.
But what you want to do is you want to request a full blood panel blood work, because you want to look at testosterone levels, estrogen levels, dehydroxytestosterone levels, levothyroxine levels, which would be your T3, T4 thyroid hormone levels. So, and what it will show you is it kind of paints a picture. It's almost like putting together a puzzle of like, okay, this is off and this is off. So those are the things we got to fix. So like Eagle was saying, fatigue can be, a side effect of a prostate issue or a fatigue issue. Number one for sure is thyroid hormone level issues. Because that's what controls your metabolism. If your body is not producing normal amounts of thyroid hormone levels, you're going to be tired. So
See, that's something I haven't looked into yet. So that's good information. Thanks, brother.
yeah, you
How
have
about,
any other?
hey, and how about diverticulosis?
Oh, then you need some. I would.
Because I got a severe case of that shit.
Got to take a shit? Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I
Diverticulosis.
just did 3 of those.
That
That's a
that.
stomach problem.
Oh no. Well,
Diverticulate.
It's an intestinal
digestive
problem, John.
It's
you
Since
know?
we got the doctor,
digestive issue.
we're getting free
Well, no,
doctor advice here.
It's a great question because
Absolutely.
I
No,
have
we can
no
actually
idea
get-
where to go with this. You know,
This can actually go back into cannabis. The one thing I would do is get a high CBD or CBG strain for sure, and then I would actually make FICO with that,
okay.
so you get a massive dose of CBG. The other things I'd be looking at is pre and probiotics, and then I would be trying to weed out foods that actually seem to make you feel worse. I hate to say it, but coffee.
I'm down to just like about three or four different foods now.
So like I know one big one is like coffee. I deal with
I don't drink coffee.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. But yeah, pre-probiotics, supplemental wise, and then I would look for a high CBG strain, grow the shit out of that, and I'd make RSO out of it. And I would dose that daily. That CBG.
Anybody got a suggestion for a high CBG strain? I got my pen ready.
I have one here. I actually have two here, but I can't think of what they are off the top of my head. One of them, no, I got three of them. One was bred by Black Pack, one was bred by me, and one is by Dynasty Genetics. But for the life of me, I can't think of the one from Dynasty Genetics, though, is hard to beat, man. Hard to fucking beat. But I mean, it also helps to like have a head stash so you can smoke it too. But obviously, the most effective way is going to be to make FICO.
Right.
Stoney, what's up, brother?
Cheers. 20.
What's up? How's it going, guys?
Good to see you, man.
Hey, Johnny, my dad had that diverticulitis.
Yeah.
And he got it because it was from, he quit smoking, and what he replaced it with was eating fucking pumpkin seeds. Because he'd crack one open with this tube, he'd eat like a fucking bird, you know, so it'd keep him busy the whole time so he wouldn't smoke. And it worked. But the problem was he woke up one day or early in the morning, man, they took him to the hospital, you know, and it was from the seeds not digesting. They get lodged inside the little wrinkles inside the intestine, and then they kind of rot.
Polyps. Yeah.
Yeah, they'd start rotting in there.
And if they explode, then it's bad.
Yeah. So he had to cut no more seeds, none of that shit. Anything that can get lodged up in there, they don't want you eating anything like that.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Johnny, can I ask you a question? Do you ever have bouts of coughing?
Well, I'll tell you what I do have that is really strange. I've coined a word for this new lingering after effect of my episodes. I call it a hiccup. And it's a hiccup and a burp at the same time. I got air going in and out. And my esophagus feels like it's going to just collapse.
So have you been technically diagnosed with diverticulitis?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, because that's a telltale sign of diverticulitis or IBS.
Well, I know every once in a while when I'm in the middle of a conversation, it's almost like I'll have to do a real hard cough, almost like a sneeze cough, a couple of those, and then it takes me a minute to be able to speak again.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that sounds exactly what I'm talking about. It's
Yeah.
I know this sounds crazy, but I've been doing this for 24 years. You can almost always tell when somebody has gastrointestinal problems when they have lung issues. It almost always gives itself away by coughs. Like, I have a cough, but it's because I had COVID. So you'll hear me, I do that every once in a while, but you'll see that big time with people that have IBS and diverticulitis, because there is a brain gut connection. And then for whatever reason, I don't know scientifically why, but it'll cause your lungs to inflame and try to expel phlegm.
Yeah.
It's almost like, generally speaking, when you cough, you're trying to expel phlegm, which means your lungs would be inflamed, right?
Yeah. Get rid of expectorants. Yeah.
But for some reason in this situation, you're coughing solely for the purpose of your gastrointestinal health.
Exactly.
It's a weird connection. It has nothing to do with phlegm or bad lungs from smoking weed or anything like that.
No, that's
And
not.
this-
It's funny that you say that, because my dad, like I said, he quit smoking and shit, but that was like when he was 40, and just a few years ago when he was still here, he would cough a lot, and he would have like a smoker's cough, and by then his lungs were fucking clean. He didn't smoke anything, but he would still have that smoker's kind of cough, that phlegmy kind of, so kind of makes sense though now, because he had the stomach problem that you brought that up. That's cool. Thanks, man.
No, not a problem, man. Not a problem. Like I said, when I was on Instagram, or even the people like in my community, like, I've helped people with this type of stuff for so long when it comes to nutrition or trying to figure out diagnoses, and then advocating for the people. Because if you went in and talked to your doctor about this, they'd look at you like you're nuts, because
Oh yeah, I know.
they're not trained to do it. And I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just saying there's certain areas that I know a lot more about your general practitioner about.
Well, you got Mr. Scotto in the chat room saying, removed a portion of my bowel. I do have constant coughing. Always figured it was from smoking too much pot. So you're not only enlightening us here on the panel, but the chat room seems to be lighting up as well.
Oh, I didn't even realize we were on the chat.
Great job, my friend.
Yeah. And
you got like 70 people watching you right now.
Probiotic.
Would you like to be my advocate?
Yeah.
Won't you be my stoner? Oh, sorry.
But honestly,
You be my advocate.
But honestly, when I was on IG, you would be amazed that like some days I'd get 100 questions in the DMs a day. Just because of the like when I do talks, they were like, "Holy shit, this guy really fucking knows what he's talking about." Like
At
another
this
one,
point,
like one thing. Here's another good one for other people that might be in the chat. I can't see the chat right now, but does anyone in the chat have high cholesterol or borderline high cholesterol, or take medications for high cholesterol?
I just passed the cholesterol test with my doctor, and he said it was the highest number he'd ever seen.
Okay, now you need to go get a full blood panel and tell them. And how did your liver levels look? Were they high or low?
Yeah, everything they tested was elevated.
Yeah. Cholesterol is not from food. Your cholesterol is high because your liver is not functioning properly.
So it's be backing up basically.
Well, how much of that would you say has to do with being inactive?
Well, that causes fatty liver.
Mm.
That has nothing to do with cholesterol levels. You can eat 20 eggs a day and nothing will happen. Dietary cholesterol has nothing to do with blood levels of cholesterol. Start
So
taking
what?
vitamin D and N-acetylcysteine or glutathione or undenatured whey protein isolate, something that raises glutathione. And I guarantee you within a month to 6 weeks, all your cholesterol levels will go right back down to normal.
Yeah,
You
see
won't
what
need
happened.
you
What happened
won't.
with me right before I crashed, I was tested for diabetes and cholesterol and all that, and everything was good. And then a couple of months ago, since I've been doing nothing since the crash, my vision started going really blurry. And went to the doctor. They did all the testing. My cholesterol was off the chart. My sugar levels were like near coma level. And, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I went from being extremely active with the racing to sitting on the couch for 7 months.
Well, that's definitely a negative. That's a negative effect, but it wouldn't be that drastic. There's something else. We're missing a piece of the puzzle there. There's something. I'm just trying to think. And that's probably an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory issue too, more than anything.
Almost everything is, I think. You know what I mean?
Well, technically everything is, but I mean, let's get to the forefront of like what's the biggest causes.
Absolutely.
Things kind of go in order, right? We all have inflammation issues. It's undeniable. I mean, you don't have apoptosis without inflammation, and you don't heal without inflammation. When people hear the word inflammation, they always think it's bad. Well, guess what? You need inflammation to heal too. Inflammation's good and bad.
It brings the medicine to the problem. That's again,
Yeah.
I think why I like cannabis so much is that it balances a lot of that stuff out.
Well, here's the thing. I'm glad you said that, because the goal of a healthy human, the ideal goal is to reach homeostasis. If you can reach homeostasis, then you're basically at your genetic potential for health.
What is homeostasis?
Homeostasis is basically everything in your body has to do, whether it's blood cells, white blood cells, anti-inflammatory or inflammatory cytokines, hormones.
You're talking about a balance?
It's absolutely a balance. The body has to do the least amount of work to remain at the exact same level.
Kind of what we're trying to do to our soil. Keep going though.
Yeah, exactly. Wild fluctuations up and down is what basically creates 99.9% of our issues. So like another example is, and I know some people would definitely debate me on this because this is going to be put in a very simple terms, but most cancers are not even cancers. Cancer is like a generic term for abnormal cells that move really rapidly and are attracted to each other and eventually hit, and almost like an atom bomb, and grow. And one of the reasons that cannabis works so well for cancers is because it slows the vibration of those cells, and then certain cannabinoids cause what's called apoptosis, which means eventually it's stimulating the immune system enough, it's slowing the cells enough that the immune system can start to eradicate through free radicals like glutathione and acetylcysteine, can start killing those cells off to
Like
the
they're
point.
supposed to.
Yes, but they have to be slowed down because these cells act super erratic. They're doing things that don't make sense to the body, which
That's
again,
so interesting.
which
You know-
again goes back to the point of homeostasis. Well, when the cells are all acting like this, that's not homeostasis. I mean,
When-
if think of me as a person, I look like I'm mental doing this. Now imagine billions of cells in your body doing that. They look ridiculous. Your
When-
body looks at that and they're like, we don't even know what to do with you. You look like
When,
Jackie Chan.
when we actually look at a cell, like in a diagram, people think that has a shell, and it's more of an energy field.
Yeah.
And so we're connected by these micro energy fields. And so cancer then is, from what I'm gathering, is when there's a disruption or a distortion in that energy field on a cellular level. Now, what causes that, in your opinion?
For fast movements.
Well, no, that's a result. That's a result. What's the cause?
So basically, you can kind of think of it as like, oh God, I'm gonna go down a fucking wormhole of health stuff here. So-
Good.
It really comes down to nutritional deficiencies,
Yeah.
which would be similar to a person being diagnosed with ADD.
Okay.
So when someone has ADD, ADD is not a disease either.
Mhm.
ADD is a symptom. And the reason I say that is because the brain is the only organ that is meant to run off healthy fats as fuel. The rest of the body runs on glycogen or carbohydrates. So what happens in a person that has ADD or ADHD, they don't have enough healthy fats in their system, so their body is forced to adapt, and now it runs on glycogen, which is forcing all sorts of synapses that don't make sense, similar to a cancer cell. They're just rapid firing. So you get this person that behaves wildly because they're getting all these synapses that don't make sense. Now, cancer acts very much the same. It's not necessarily a disease, it's a deficiency in what the body needs to achieve homeostasis. And if it starts getting all the wrong things, it starts acting like cancer acts like ADD. It's going fucking crazy. It's doing all sorts of erratic shit.
Here's a question. Going off of what Bingus was saying, electrical kind of sphere, like force field or whatever you want to call it, going around the cells. Now, would there be a way to electrically test the body to see if it's out of balance?
Absolutely. There's
Yeah,
actually pores in the
You can have-
membrane
Oh,
that
go ahead.
connect. There's pores in the membrane of each cell that will actually connect not only with all the other cells in your body, but with the energy field that you're projecting. All right. And so it's almost a way that we all connect as human beings. I mean, if you just keep bringing it out to where we're at now, the cancer thing, I think to try to make it understandable to me, it's like a distortion of an input. Like you're putting something in that's distorting the vibrations of certain cells, right? So you're putting something in that is actually filtering through your body and then hanging up in a certain area that creates the cancer. Is that how it kind of works, Doc?
Yeah, the way I would say is that the example I would use here would be like you're using a 24-volt battery where you only need a 12. So the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell,
Okay.
all the cells they're basically electricity, right?
Right.
That's where the energy of your life is created. It's all electricity.
Yep.
So if there's too much electricity, the mitochondrial cell, the cell lining, is just, the powerhouse is going bonkers.
So
And
how does it drift to the areas where the cancers develop?
it'll just go to the most susceptible place where there's the least amount of homeostasis.
Gotcha.
So, and this is
Least resistance.
Yeah, it carries to the path of least resistance. And now this is what, again, why cannabis is so good, and cannabinoids and terpenes so good for cancer, is that through a lot of the notes I've taken with clients, cannabis has a remarkable effect. Like, we all know that certain strains for certain people at certain doses are better for certain things, correct?
Right.
But the one thing that is universal is that cannabis has an uncanny ability to target the place to heal that is the most important.
That's interesting.
So
Isn't that what Eagle always says?
So it is literally the definition of anti-cancer.
Now, why? Of course, see, cannabis is a unique molecule. What makes it do that, I wonder?
I don't know. I just know that cannabis really tries to fight hard to get you back to homeostasis. But if you have a head injury and a broken finger, it will go to the brain injury before it helps the broken finger more. I've got thousands of notes on this.
That indicates an infinite intelligence.
Yes.
And
that's a God connection, basically.
Doesn't that make sense that we have so many cannabinoid receptors within our body?
Yeah, but it's really
the endocannabinoid system plays key in your healing or your defenses, your immune system. There we go. It's hand in hand, and that, I've said this before, that changes throughout your lifetime. The relationship the endocannabinoid system has with your body. Sometimes it plays more with your immune system. Sometimes it plays different with different things. But you're exactly right. Endo, whatever's crying out the most, that's where the endocannabinoid system is sending all of its power.
And right back to your point, the reason why it changes, say, as we age or we have illness, ailment, or disease, is because, once again, going back to it, I know it sounds boring, but the body is still continuously fighting for homeostasis, which changes as we age. And it also, just like a phenotype, our body is a phenotype. As the environment changes, our body is changing to the environment. We are the genome times the environment creating the phenotype. It changes all the time.
We are the catalyst for change, period.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another question for you.
Fire away.
What does 5G do to our body?
Oh, shit.
I couldn't tell you.
That's a serious frequency, right?
Well, it's not something I researched, but I can tell you based off my knowledge, I could give you a hypothesis. It would go right back to DNA, RNA, and the mitochondria and the electrical activity of the mitochondria, which we just talked about. Now the cells have too much electricity, too many electrons, now they start to act erratically. So I would only assume, my hypothesis would be that no electrical device around you that increases that is going to do anything good for you on a cellular basis. And I think any doctor or scientist worth their salt would have to agree with me on that.
It's too measurable. There's no denying it.
I felt like the other day when I was out driving around that I was, I don't know, I lost control. I kind of lost my way. I got lost in an area that I'd been in multiple times. And I felt very confused, and I had to call to get directions. And it was odd. And I was not the only person that happened to on that same day, which was odd. As well as here recently, my dog has been acting rather peculiar. He's been very needy lately. I mean, just following me around and just giving me different kind of signals. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Now think about this. What I just told you about mitochondrial electricity, right? Throughout the body. And there is, without a doubt, a mind-body connection, but there is also different levels of electricity in each part of the body that's needed to maintain homeostasis. Now think of the most powerful parts of your body. It's going to be your gut, your brain, and your heart. And think of the amount of synapses that go off in your brain, which are basically electrical activity. If there's a power disruption in that electrical activity, the first place it's going to affect is the brain.
Okay.
Can I prove that with tools I have right here, right now? No. But I could tell you that's a pretty good hypothesis on what's happening.
Just look around.
Yeah.
So you would basically be having ADD-like symptoms, or maybe even worse. Your brain just, there's too much stuff going on that the brain can't give the synapses to tell the body what to do. So the synapses are up here firing. And the brain's just going, what the fuck is going on? I don't know.
The way it felt to me was, if you're looking at a map and it's normally right side up and somebody flipped it upside down on, and I was trying to find my way.
So you're talking like polarization type effects. Like when you're weak in the positive, the negative bleeds in. When you're strong in the positive, it bleeds out the negative. So the upside down reference, you see what I mean? It's that polarization that the energy is drawing you one way or the other. I'm not trying to get too woo-woo here, but
no, that makes perfect sense.
Because our energy field from the smallest cell in our body, with all the cajillion billion cells that it takes for me to even say the words and move my hands and do the things that I'm doing right now, there's a field that goes out. And the more people that start to understand this, the quicker the whole earth will balance, because it's all a connected thing.
I agree with what you're saying. One thing I would say is that, first I want to give a stupid example, and then I'm going to get into something that goes more towards your opinion here. Think about sticking your finger in a light socket. What happens?
Well, you would jump back and say,
too much electricity, right?
Yeah.
But you eat the right amount of carbohydrates and you function properly. That's increasing electricity too. But you don't feel the shock. There's a balance there. There's a balance there. Now, what he's talking about, it's undeniable that nature, the universe, it all has magnetic energy. And electricity is drawn towards magnetic energy. So when these things are happening, like you saying the map got flipped upside down,
In my head.
it could be a possibility. That's also magnetism is actually a variable involved in that too.
Okay.
You know,
Absolutely, yeah.
again, bad mistake or bad analogy, but I mean,
Not
a
really.
negative and a positive magnet are not gonna, you know,
It's, you know, and
Yeah.
if you look at, you know,
they'll fight each other. They'll
I
fight
think
each
Johnny
other.
just smoked too good of weed before he went out driving around, didn't realize it. And then, you know, because that shit happens to me, Johnny. I get lost. I'm like, fuck. I'm like,
Well,
oh, that's
no.
right. I got really
I
high.
mean, but this was weird because I'd been in this area. My doctor is in
I'm
that area.
teasing you.
You know, I've been there so many times. And when
Yeah,
I
that'd
got
be
there, it was
freaky.
like I was taking a left where I should have been taking a right. And then the next
So
thing you know, I'm someplace where the fuck am I? You know,
is this 5G turned on? I don't watch TV, so I don't know what's going on. Did they turn it on yet?
I don't know if they're playing with Vegas right now or not, you know, but we got 5G towers everywhere.
Hey guys,
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna go finish. I'm gonna go finish that joint quick. Think of some questions. I'll be right back.
Oh,
This is
awesome.
fun.
Well,
We'll
we'll have
work
a
on that.
ton for you, buddy.
I'll be right back. Guys.
You
So
better come back,
modern,
Doc.
modern.
What's up, guys? Got a new phone.
Man,
Modern.
modern.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hopefully the phone's all working okay for me.
I hope my
Cheers.
questions aren't too silly sometimes, you know.
There's
I would
reason.
recommend to look up Dr. Sebe or Sebe if you haven't
only
read
dumb-
about him.
The only dumb question is the one not asked.
That's right. There's no
I know
mistake.
that. That's why I ask all kinds of silly questions.
The thing that we're all getting better at, which is very difficult to do on a large panel, is tag teaming, and it really makes things flow so much better. And you know, the more we do this, the better we get at it. I'm noticing. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
we were
great.
out of practice for a minute,
Where'd
right?
Indo go? I come on to say hi to Indo. Where'd he go?
And he said, "Well, shit, modern chair. I'm gonna
Oh,
go smoke
Modern.
some joint. I'm gonna smoke
Guys,
more of
I'm
those
getting the
joints so I can
fuck
deal with
outta
this
here.
guy."
A butterflies in his belly, bro. Come on.
Okay,
Good
so what
stuff.
kind of questions, man? What kind of questions we got? Anybody in chat got a really good question out there for Endo 11 here?
Before I go for a smoke, I got to raise one more point that I forgot to say. So when I was talking about the magnetism,
Yeah.
you also got to think that magnetism and electronic actions in the body. Now you're also dealing with not just magnetism, but it's actually going to start pulling the iron out of the blood in the area. And when it starts pulling the iron out of the blood, the iron pulls the oxygen with it. So you would essentially be feeling like you were going to pass out.
So like an electromagnetic reaction.
Oh, like a dizzy feeling. Yeah,
So-
I was getting that too. And I
So you-
pulled over to the side of the road and
So
tried
what
to
you're
get
dealing,
myself together.
what you're dealing with that is what's called the static reaction. So I'll be right back.
So you pulled
And
over on the
let
side
me
of the
tell
road,
you-
lit up a joint to think about what the fuck was going on. Huh?
No,
Got
Johnny.
even dizzier. Can't figure this out. I'm
no, that's
really
when I
fucked up
started
now.
yelling at my phone.
So Buddha,
But Johnny,
Yo, hey, the doctor's in, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Buddha.
he's checking
I
with the
just had to come here
receptionist.
and be around intelligent people. It's bound to rub off. Hey, Bingus.
That's
I
exactly why I'm here,
Certainly
Buddha
my own
boy.
decision making and my own cognitive abilities has led me to believe in entropy. I remember everything I fuck up at, but I don't remember it before I fuck up.
Right.
got mad
Anyway,
respect
After
for
the
Indo.
effect.
Bless
Yeah.
up, guys. Bless up, Eagle. Bless up the whole crew here. Bless up chat. Bless up our guests. We're all having a good time.
Yes. Good to see you, Buddha boy.
Yeah.
Beautiful pictures
Cheers,
out there of
Buddha.
those ladies in your garden.
You know, honestly, I studied photography in college, but I never had enough money to even process film. So, hi, Green 13.
Green 13. Hi.
Yes.
Green
So what I'm
What's up,
saying
Green
is it's nice
13?
to resume a hobby of two things that you love very much, and to be able to share it with each other, to publish it immediately, is very motivating for me because, you know, I missed out on a lot of life. I don't know what I was doing, but I wasn't doing anything, obviously.
So in other words, you enjoy the dopamine hit you get from the
Green
instant
13, that
likes
was
you
right.
get from the instant post of your photos. Is that right?
It gives me a
Ooh.
little bit of a thrill. I'm a thrill person. I used to do like 3 competitions a week in sports, you know what I mean? You know, 70 competitions a year, something like that, 80 sometimes as a young man. I just loved it. It's normal. I was running with the pack. I was, you know, all I'm saying is all we want to do is fit in, but unfortunately we stick out like sore thumbs. So let's smoke some ganja.
Ganja.
Down to that. What you holding up there, Green 13?
That one was sangria.
Ah, yeah, she looked fantastic.
That is
Yeah,
gorilla
very
gelato.
nice.
Yeah, she looks good.
She tastes that she's cured up a little bit there, Green 13.
Yeah, it tastes like blue melted plastic, mate. And I'll tell you what, you can just put here. I'm putting 3 different types in, but pretty much all I'll taste is that fucking space dude out of that sangria. It's like it just makes everything neon, if that makes any sense.
But it's very
It makes sense,
enjoyable.
Green 13. You're totally cogent and your arguments are solid and you're just pretty much a stand-up guy, and I know it already. I feel it.
Thank you,
like
brother.
you and I, we would probably enjoy some finer things like a good cup of coffee and a joint.
That's what gets me out of bed. I was like, right, time to drink some coffee.
They should be opening up the airways enough for you to come over and visit over here in Vegas, right?
Well, for sure, because I've seen a couple people flying to America, so that must be happening now. And anyway,
I mean,
that's all. We're not doing that anymore, are we? That's all over now.
You guys threw down the mask and the laws and said, fuck you, you know? So, you know, isn't that the case now? So.
I loved it when Here He Comes to me, all flowered, popped down the other day, and he's like, the planes keep coming in. You know what I mean? We said, fuck you to the mask, and y'all are still coming. It's, you know, it's world keeps turning, and he's fucking right. I love it.
Yeah. True story. Yeah, I think we've made our own decisions now, really. And that's it's now being allowed, or it's not being as frowned upon by the Karens as much or something. I think when they found out that the 3rd and 4th and 5th jab, they started to look like the wankers. So
Terps of the morning to you, Mia Flower.
Tops of the morning, everyone. This is an
Top of the morning,
absolute
buddy.
pleasure to be here.
Good morning, sir.
That's
Namaste.
awesome, buddy.
Good in the morning.
Good to see you, young man.
I'm going to get the pen out and just take little notes.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to watch this one back again.
The one thing that we should all take away from this
He's
is
got an
that
episode.
we need to take better care of ourselves. And like this, if we had a Ferrari or a Porsche or anything like that, we would take it to a specialist. We wouldn't just take it to Jiffy Lube. You know, I mean, Jiffy Lube would work, no doubt. But it's like this, we're highly tuned and motivated individuals. And here we are. Why do we lose all of our cognitive ability between the ages 60, 65 and 85 or whatever? You know what I mean? 20 years, it all goes away. So I'm just saying. And that's
we in a Volkswagen. That's right.
Share. Go ahead, Dingus. I'm so sorry.
No, we're not a Volkswagen. We are more like a Fiero, but nobody gave us the instruction manual. Okay.
You got it. As men,
it's written in Italian.
Like low maintenance, right?
Exactly.
Low maintenance, high
Written
maintenance.
in Aramaic.
It's like bene molto bene. What the fuck is this? I don't know.
Good.
Well, what you boys been talking about then? Been talking about energy.
Yeah, we have been.
Kinetic energy, man. You just get that friction going on your fingers and roll that spliff. You just kind of get that centrifugal energy going, that kinetic energy, and then you lick it, and then you fucking stick it. You lick it, then stick it, just like you do every night.
I love that.
Smell it. Smell it. Make sure you
You
smell it.
said bring the questions, Indo. They came.
First,
Oh man.
Hey, hey, Doug,
first.
glad to see you. Glad to see you, buddy. Never seen you for a while. Mad love.
Nice to see
Thanks
you
for hanging
guys.
out.
Oh God, ego! I'm scared of what people ask. They're probably thinking I'm fucking nuts at this point.
Actually, we didn't get any questions up. We just started welcoming in more people.
Sweet.
You know?
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Just the basic understanding of the human instrument is quite revelating, I think, to anybody, because no one has taught us how to run these Ferraris. They didn't give us a manual, and they don't teach. They actually want us to believe we're in Volkswagens.
Yeah,
I
true.
put mine. I put mine in reverse for 40 years, and I thought, yeah, forward's cool. And then it was like, oh, this ain't forwards. Okay,
Green
try
13
this other gear.
Green 13 participated in motorsports in reverse. He can do a hot lap in reverse unlike no other. But here's the deal. That's because he's the funky brother.
From another mother.
Hey, Bengus, you want to hear something funny?
Please.
After you mention that, I've always had a knack for growing, but I've always had a knack for nutrition and understanding the human body. And I hated school, so I graduated early. When I was like 15, I graduated high school. By the time I was 18, I was a registered nutritional consultant practitioner. When I applied to the IONC to get my registration, which would put me at a doctorate level, I wrote my dissertation on how wrong all their books were. And all the information was incomplete and incorrect, and cited every study that I could find on PubMed, double, triple reference. And after that, it took me 8 months to get my license because the World Organization hated the fact that I called them out, and they knew I was right.
Yeah, they don't want to admit they're wrong. Ever.
No.
That's 8 months. I'm surprised it wasn't 8 fucking years.
I'm surprised.
There's a book called.
Yeah, what happened to your mic, brother? Because now I can't
your
hear
mic's
you.
messed up.
Is it really?
Yeah, I don't know
smack
what.
your phone or something.
Yeah, smack that booty.
I'm going to say something meaningless here. It's like the book says. It's a confederacy of dunces. You know, there's a guy who wrote a book called Confederacy of Dunces. He published it later in life or something tragic, and that's all he ever did. He disappeared from the planet after he wrote that book. And I never read it, but I love the title. I'd almost like the title better than the book because it just explains a lot of things. Endo, can you speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still coming in
it's tinny.
You went from talking like this to, yeah, I could barely talk with that. Wow, I think I imitated that fairly well.
You already here, Smiley.
It sounds like you're on the space shuttle or something.
What's up, Smiles?
Did you just arrive?
We can hear you. It's just that you've lost the depth of your vibration. Basically,
it's like you're speaking through a can and a string.
Yeah. It sound like
they heard your story. They came in and fucked your microphone so you couldn't finish it properly.
That's exactly right.
They're watching.
It'll
well, you know
what?
The
I don't know what makes it do it, but it'll come back for some reason.
All right.
They just, yeah. Just keep talking or whatever. It'll come back at whatever.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
It was
Yeah, we
just
could still
for the
hear you.
meantime,
we've been a little
Smile.
spoiled.
cheers, Smiley.
Smiles.
Everybody else that popped.
How you guys doing?
Cheers,
Mayflower,
Smiley.
we got Stony, we got
We've been at work.
Yeah.
Right? No shit. You guys weren't talking about dicks tonight. I was all
No, we were
What
waiting
the
for
fuck
you
are you
to come
talking
in.
about,
Now we
dude?
could start doing that. All right. So anyway,
Yeah.
313. Start drawing, buddy.
All
ready
right,
right here.
Captain.
So what's up, you dick?
See, look,
Join
green,
the doing less and I can't fall out.
green fingers is
mushroom.
ready for you.
It's a mushroom. It's actually Darth Vader from behind.
Dude, you know what that looks like to me? You know what that looks
Darth
like
Vader
to
from
me,
behind.
dude? Dude, that looks like dude, that don't look good.
It's Darth Vader from behind.
Dude, that don't look good, dude.
It really is, though. I'll never show you the
Don't look
front.
good, dude.
That's called an
I think
heirloom.
everybody knows what that looks like.
Like
Can you
Darth
hear
Vader
me?
from behind.
Gave it to him. You heard me, Modern? If your mother gave you a penis to smoke out of, you'd smoke out of it proudly, even if it looked like a big old phallus.
Oh no, I
hope you would
wouldn't.
smoke out of it,
I wouldn't
probably.
smoke.
I just won't show myself do it.
Big old French
No.
tickler.
I don't smoke out of things that look like human parts.
Green fingers just using that pipe to practice for his Saturday night jobs.
It's not practice. It's fun. There's a difference, bro.
That
I
was
don't
my
do it
main
for
man. That
money,
was
I
my
do it
main
for-
man. Fuck you, fucking fuck. That was my main man. Right there.
We're just joking around, guys. Green fingers, your garden is looking very nice. I'm keeping track like everybody else here, and you know what? I see some there. I see some nice growth. I see those nice males out there getting ready to spout off. You're doing your open freaking selection. I love that, man. You the man. I'm not
Hey.
joking around. We're
You're not
serious.
supposed to watch, though. You're not
Good
supposed
job,
to watch
man.
them.
Good job, man.
Thank you, guys, man.
My
Yeah.
son actually came to me today and he says, I hear you guys cussing a lot on the live streams. Are you allowed to do that? And I go, well, it's called fucking talking shit with Eagle. He goes, oh, okay.
There's 2 cuss words in the description of the name. You know, so.
I forget that every night. Like what
Can
the
you
show
cuss
is.
here? I don't know, maybe.
What? The beep,
Hopefully, I carry a conversation without saying fuck.
Fuck me.
And SoCal really embraces it, you know.
He does.
To the max.
Real
Especially when he signs out. He really embraces it then.
I don't like bad
Yeah,
language.
it's the
It's offensive to me.
I know. That's where you show up all the time. Cuss.
Oh.
Yeah.
We got a full panel tonight.
He's a closet cusser. I'm a closet cusser. I know.
Hey,
I
man,
heard
Smiley has a question about,
He
what
is
is
the
that,
fact
Smiley?
Smiley
So
has
if
a
you
question.
Yeah, about cells and electricity.
Good.
He
If you
didn't come
cuss
on
it,
here to
that's
talk
not
about dicks,
electricity
guys.
if
Come on.
you are. It means you're not a bullshitter. It means
I'm-
you fucking have something to say and people listen.
I'm gonna
So,
mute.
you know, talk the fuck up. I'm talking to you, Stoney. Let her rip. Say something wise.
I have nothing to say. Smiley,
That's
he's
okay. Smile.
got a legitimate question. So
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it wasn't a
Next
question. I was
episode.
just gonna. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Boo Boy.
I can't see all the damn squares at the same time, guys. Honestly. So here's the deal. You're trying to talk to Endo. You just say, "Hey, Smiley has a question for Endo." Okay, be real straightforward with it. We're good.
That's what it looks like. Oh,
Wait, you did say that twice. But...
Oh, we got 8 people on here right now.
There's 12.
12.
Not
Yeah, I see 12 squares.
Cognitive ability.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's a dozen. It's like apostles. There were 12 fucking apostles, and I have 12 fucking children, and that's the truth.
You have to use your multi-hearing techniques because you're going to hear multiple stories at once quite often.
You have 12 kids?
Yeah, he's got 12. Most of them are girls.
Well, you know what his hobby is, right?
Nine of them.
7 of them are boys and 5 of them are girls, and they're all, you know,
Okay.
they're all a challenge. Frankly, they're feral, man. They're about ready to make me old. But Endo has something to say about something. I want to hear this thing. I don't want to talk. Hey guys, I'm an awesome father. I'm a badass fucking lover. 25 years of marriage, you know. If you ever want to hear anything about personal, physical amour, I could probably address it, and Bingus could probably finish it off. So anyway, sex makes the world go around, and cannabis sure helps.
Yep.
Ash moves everything around me.
Could you get some Wu-Tang references in here? That's funny.
I just wish I had 12 children. Like,
Why?
it must
I
be
mean, that's
fucking
great, but
awful,
like,
but it
you could be a
also
hell of a
must be
man.
rad.
Yeah.
Like,
It's awesome. I'm telling you, it's like living in a kindergarten room all the time. And here's the
I
deal.
think I could hide in plain sight, though.
Listen, these children come out of the womb OGs. They've got a swagger. They're individualists. They really don't hesitate to ignore you or kind of give you the old fuck you. And yet, here's the deal: they're there for dad too. What I mean is, they're there for me in the sense of like they're very valid and legitimate members of the chessboard, so to speak. There are no pawns. They're all elite, and I just got to get out of their way before they step on me. And that goes for even a 1-year-old. I'm telling you. So anyway, love you guys. Enough about me. If you ever need parenting advice, I encourage every one of you out there in the chat. I do know a thing or two about it. Diapers cost money, buddy. You better get a job.
We got a 6-minute warning.
Yeah. 420 and a
You
minute.
know how to prevent those diaper bills, right? Trojans.
Nah.
He says some good shit though. I got 4 biological kids and 3 step kids. They're the homies.
Listen, that's a lot. All children are like, here's the deal. In the Himalayas, they had 2 traditional rules when you were trekking. One is don't pick the flowers, fucker, and don't scare the children. That was it. So that was like Buddhist ethics. So anyway, that's what we have to say. We're all free agents. We're all responsible for our own. When we have a tribe, we have to be a leader. We can't just be a victim. We just can't be a roll with circumstances. We got to take proactive measures, and it's not selfish measures. It's called intelligent measures. So whatever those are, like buy yourself a lot. Work the land, harvest some trees, get a chainsaw mill, fucking make your own wood right there. Fuck Home Depot. You're fucking marijuana people. You're cannabis people. You guys are fucking bunch of hippies. You guys invented the fucking VW microbus. So point being, we're all part of the tradition and the culture that enjoys family. Meow Flower was talking about the hash culture, and all those families run the hash business. Guarantee you. I've never seen it, but I know it. Those are families, family-run operations, the fam. So anyway, you hit it.
Man, I didn't realize we had Jordan Peterson online.
No shit. He
Fucking
doesn't
wild.
quite have that Canadian accent, though. He needs a little more Canadian accent.
He's definitely up there.
I got 3 boys that I know of, and that's about all I can say.
We got Ryan Sickler in here too.
I have 10 fur
I
babies.
got one, and I'm happy to have one. Blessed to have one.
I have 10 dogs. That counts. Well, that counts. This many. I actually have 12 dogs, but 2 of them I don't count. They're
Why
my
not?
favorite.
Hey guys,
They're my
this
favorite.
dog's gonna go to bed. I'm gonna say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
All
See
right.
you, Bangus.
Good to see you. It's great hanging with you guys.
Hold on another 4 minutes and have another bomb.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll
you
do
can
it
do
from
five
the
minutes.
chat room, my friend.
Okay, buddy.
Yes.
Peace out, brother.
Take care, Bingus.
Later, Bingus.
Bingus rocks.
You bailed out with 4 minutes
Yes,
left.
he does.
I'll just say one last thing before I go into a tirade about social responsibility. You know, guys, the thing isn't that I have 12 kids; it's that I have 12 kids and no debt. That's the truth. Think about that. It doesn't matter how many fucking kids I have. I'm not going to owe anybody a penny.
Hell yeah.
That's good. Yep, that's right.
That's
Like
that's
Aldi
amazing,
said in
man.
chat, dude, your pullout game is just non-existent.
You know, here's the deal. It wasn't my idea. I was a hippie. I was responsible. All that shit. My wife wanted a big family. I thought she was just joking. I thought big families like 4 kids, you know. But she's the oldest of 7, so she had an idea. And whatever. Everybody's programmed. I kind of tuned into somebody talking about people being programmed. Oh, it was. Did the lady who was speaking about the mushrooms today? She was talking about a little bit of psychology and programming. And that's what I was thinking. So I'm now trying to look at things a little bit from a systems point of view and tear it apart. Must be coming up on the 20, guys.
2 minutes.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
This do be up.
My
Love
question:
hearing
you
you
gonna
talk,
get
dude.
music today for that 420? I mean, are we getting music for this 20? No dab song.
Well, my camera is
been
dead on
playing
this
it
new
up.
phone.
It never happened.
I was wondering if you were there, Eagle. Good to hear your voice.
You've got to do a dab if you want a dab song. You don't get a fucking dab song for some joint smoke. Come on.
Sorry, yeah, it's
There, I dabbed
so-
twice. I've never done it ever
good
before in
song,
my
yeah.
life. Never done it once until now. So now I feel a fool. We're on video forever, live.
You actually look hammered, Green Fingers. Jesus Christ.
Hammered?
Yeah.
Penis pipe, dude, knocked me out of the fucking world, dude. Fucking- I messed my hair up on purpose right now. Had it all curled perfect for you guys, and I put a beanie on and fucked it up.
Yeah, you look good, dude.
We were just saying how perfect it was looking before then.
Yeah, my beautiful curls are all fucked now.
Just don't show up on any fucking chipped teeth. Know what you've been doing with that damn pipe.
What is this? We turning this into a makeup chat? See if we can
Yeah.
fucking get some money.
And then I gotta get some touch-up work on this because it's starting to fade. It's like 10 years old.
Hey,
Take it
guys,
off, man.
What
Play
does
the
it say?
song.
Fucking talking shit with Eagle. Does it?
you know that thing has been in somebody's pussy.
Everything has on me. Shit.
I didn't say that, did I? I mean, really, like
That's how you get born, isn't it?
I'm using it for something. I mean, come on, dude, that's funny.
It's the fister. That's what they call me.
Happy 420.
Cheers.
420.
Oh man, that beard's the ass tickler when you go down on her.
Yeah.
Guys, I just harvested Casey Jones. It's the lemon lime Jones. And Casey Jones has some Thai in it, which is a little psychedelic, and it has the sour diesel. And it has what else did Casey Jones have in it? I'll remember here in a second. I'm reading it off backwards in my mind. But the point is that you know, the early or the middle part of this century, like I mean, let's say the 2000s, there were some great strains that were still underground. You know what I mean? Most of the strains were underground. So I kind of have a soft spot for that time.
And so what's it like, dude? What's it come out like? Do you know?
Oh, it's real nice. Any Casey Jones cross is really good. I can guarantee you would love it. It's very psychedelic and cerebral, and there's a lot of nice crosses through connoisseur genetics.
And flavor? Is it limey?
It is. It's like I didn't know it would be like super lemon haze. It's like super lemon sour diesel with Thai in
Hey,
it.
nice.
And whatever I'm forgetting. Trainwreck, Arcaded Trainwreck, Casey Jones. So Arcaded Trainwreck, sour diesel, Thai lights, or something like that. Anyway.
Your garden's looking good, Smiley. Just kept moving forwards, huh? It's just because I watched your thing yesterday.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, no, it's going pretty good right now. I don't know. I just noticed tonight I was having like, there's like air bubbles going through my water pump. And then I think what it is it's low pressure on the inlet side of the pump. But I don't know. If I shut the pump off, there's no air bubbles coming through the fucking water. Like the supply line to but the minute I turn that pump on, it starts cavitating and there's fucking big old air bubbles coming through the line. And I don't understand. My only thought is that the supply pressure is too low.
And bigger hose.
Yeah, and when the pump kicks on, it's not, the supply isn't able to keep up with the pump, so it's cavitating inside there and causing air bubbles. So I don't know. Possibly my tall boy filters are plugged. I don't know. I'll have to pull shit apart. But
yeah, I heard that on the.
No, I think you're right about the supply.
Yeah.
As long as it's pretty on the days I get to look at it, work it out the other 7 days, yeah? No, I'm joking. It's always something, man. It's always something.
No, that's exactly it. It's always something, but whatever. We'll figure it out. It could just be I needed to replace the filters on my tall boy. You know what I mean? And I have noticed, like, I know Eagle was saying this a while back when I was talking about it, but he was like, is there any rust coming through there? And he fucking jinxed me now because, like, when I changed the filters the last time, they were just fucking crimson with rust. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. So, yeah, they probably got plugged up really fast again, but I don't know. They're
well,
cheap
how
filters,
shit the bottom of that water is that you're pulling. You know how bad it is. You know how sedimentary it is, and so that's the filters doing their job, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
How big is your room,
But
Smiley?
is there any? Do you have any? Oh, what the fuck was I gonna say?
1,300 square foot those things.
Do you have any seals in your equipment that could be blown?
That was the other thought I had too, is if it was trying to pull air through them, but they're all quick connect fittings, so like I don't know. The only thing I can do is pop them apart and push them back together again.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But they've been working fine this whole time. You know what I'm saying? This is something new, so that's why I'm thinking my filter got plugged up. It's slowing my supply to the pump. You know what I mean? So when the pump kicks on, there's just the volume of water that's going to the pump can't keep up with it, is what I'm thinking, and it causes cavitation. Is basically when there's air that pops air in that line.
That kind of makes sense. And
I believe you. I reckon that.
And if there was any kind of a seal that was kind of able to draw in air at that moment, it would be drawing the air in.
It's because of the big suck, and maybe the change in the shape of the pipe and shit like that.
Yeah, it'd be the pressure
But
fluctuations.
funnily enough, we did actually hear it during the video. You were like, "Oh,
yeah,
air bubbles."
I heard
air bubbles in my fucking.
Yeah, it's like slowly been getting worse. That's the other thing that makes me think it's the filters. So I shut it all down tonight. I pulled all the pumps off because I don't want them fucking running dry. You know what I mean? And then I'll run to the grocery store tomorrow, get some filters, and I'll probably buy 2 sets just so I had a spare, because I thought of that the last time when I changed them too. I'm like, fuck, I should have a spare set of these just in case I run into it. I can quick switch them out.
Yeah.
It's easy as fuck to switch them. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of having them there. So I'll probably buy 2 sets just so I can have a set there. And if it's going to be plugging up that, you know what I mean, every month, I might have to change them every month, you know.
Shit always looks tight, Smiley. I'm going to learn something from you sometime, and I don't know what it is, but I'm going to learn something important. What I mean is I have holes in my game.
I sure hope so, Buddha Boy.
No, I know that sounded odd, but no, I have specific questions that if I ever asked anybody, I would ask you. I'm too fucking stubborn now. No, I have to get this pH thing down. I've had pH fluctuations, and
I'm just another knucklehead out here trying to figure it out like all y'all, so I don't know.
Well, I've been trying not to figure it out for about 20 years there, Smiley. I have a head start on some people. I unlearn shit so fucking quick. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm a fucking, basically an autistic person in the sense of I'm going to use this term. I don't think it's very cool, but they called it idiot savant. I'm definitely an idiot, but not the savant part.
So can
what
I
I
say
mean-
something that maybe sounds like a dick or whatever, but I just want to get people's opinion on this. So like, and I'm not calling out any show. It's random. It's totally been a bunch of them. But when like there's certain things in a garden tour or whatever, like when you point out a plant that's not healthy and you say that it is healthy, to me that's not helpful to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the stuff and that's why I'm trying to be like, well, these aren't healthy. These are stressed plants, because I don't want to portray somebody and give somebody the wrong idea of what what a healthy, vibrant plant looks like. I'm trying to be honest about that with myself, and it's hard. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody wants to see how perfect everything is. You know what I mean? Like,
Man, I want my
we tend
plants
to
to be
cover up our
perfect.
flaws, but is it then rude for an outsider to be like, that's actually looks, you know what I mean, like it's got way too much fucking potassium and it had this. I don't know, is that helpful, or is that kind of going into the dickish range if you weren't asked about it? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're just offered. But to me, the benefit will come in trying to break that facade of what we consider really looking great and try to, actually move forward into, all right, I didn't have the best round of, this time or whatever, but I know what to do moving forward to make it a better round and improve it, because that's something I've always found is like there's always some fucking improvement to be made. And almost sometimes you need it like a boxing coach. You need somebody from the outside of the ring that looks in on it and goes, dude, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
But it has to be to answer your question, it has to be a bro. So if I can put my arm around your shoulders and go, bro, come on, that is not healthy. Come on, let's see what we can do. But if I'm commenting on your video and I'm like, by the way, blah, 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 there's no way to make that sound friendly because it's the internet. So it always sounds like I'm jabbing at you and making myself look, I know everything. Look how good my shit is. It's always going to come across like that. So fortunately, what you're doing is probably from a human angle, the best way to do it. This one I like, this one I don't. And then people can see, oh, well, I respect him. So he likes those ones that are green and really green and happy.
Right.
And
Hey, Smiley,
just,
can I tell you just need to do you. Yeah. That's all you need to do. Just be yourself.
So
I
this is
just
what
wanna
I
say
do.
Smiley,
This is what I would do.
I would start with the solution, rather than the problem. I would start with the solution. However, you can invert that introduction, because it's like this. If you said to me, you have a pH problem, or no, those plants look fucking fucked. Okay, I would say yeah, they do, right? All right, so fuck you. But if you said, man, I think the pH on this must be above 7. What do you think? And I say something like, I've never fucking pH'd anything but, water in a faucet, And then I find out that I got a little cheap thing, and I find out that my level is between 7.2 and 7.5 on every fucking thing in my house. And then I want to murder something, and not my plants and not a person. I'm just saying, a guy like me at that point would need help. And that's exactly where I'm at. I'm trying to save
or
my
shine it, or shine it
I
on
would-
yourself. Say,
Yeah.
oh, I had this thing where I had that same fucking leaf serration on my shit, and this helps.
Oh no, I got thick skin. Fucking just lay it on me. Just be like, dude, your shit looks terrible. This is what you need to do. I'll take it. I really don't care.
Some people are
that's why we're all
sensitive.
here.
They're like, they will feel that as an attack.
Hey,
So, like-
Smiley, can I offer some advice?
Yeah, sure.
The way I've done it when I've done walkthroughs is that I intentionally tell people the plants, because generally speaking, the plants I have that don't look healthy are the ones that have been stress tested. So I automatically put that out in the air right away. As in saying, hey, look, these plants need work and I know it. So I'm not asking for advice because I'm taking clinical data to try to figure out how these plants are reacting and how I'm going to fix them. it's
He
not
was
an
he was asking about giving advice rather
That's
than
exactly how you give it.
Smiley
That's
does
how you give
take
it, though.
it. He does show us his poor plant.
How Indo
guess
just
what I
said
was-
that. That's how you give that advice, though. You say, "This is how I would do
exactly
it,"
right.
and you
Yeah.
don't say anything else. Like, "This is what you should do," but this is how I would do it. But he just gave a perfect example without even giving, just how he explained it, though. This is how I would do it, and then explain it that way. It's less hurtful and it's not an attack. It doesn't feel like an attack to nobody. Other people will be like, "You're attacking me. Don't tell me what to do."
But another cool
But,
thing,
but I love that
another
Stoney.
cool thing you can do too, though, is that like make yourself acceptable, so that like say I was commenting on your plant, which I generally wouldn't do unless you're like the homie. I won't just do that to
Ask
some
her for
random
it.
person.
Right. Yeah.
But I'll say like, hey man, if you need help working out, I had something similar happen before. Like we can talk off the chat and maybe we can troubleshoot together and try to figure out what's going on. And try and make it feel like
if you
the
walk
person's
into my
not
house,
being-
I kind of want you. That at that point, it's like I want you to tell me what you think. Like we are here together. You can shoot me down. Like I want your knowledge because it like that's the thing, isn't it? But it's the internet that messes with it, really.
I
Yeah,
agree.
but a
So
lot
here's
of
the
people-
deal.
A lot of people
you're-
don't want that though. They think of it as a personal attack of like, what, you're calling me a shitty grower? And it's like, no, I'm not doing that at all, man. I'm not
Well, I
doing
think
that at all.
if you
Hey,
go
love Johnny.
and leave a message
See you,
like that,
Johnny.
Johnny.
Thanks,
take
brother.
care, Johnny.
Always,
Good
brother.
night.
If you
Later.
if
I
you
can get
come
my
at
phone to
somebody
work.
like that, right? I think like if I came at you and said, "Man, I think those plants, they look this way, that way, whatever," I see a lot of that happen, but then I don't see like the dude who says that have any advice or wants to help. He just kind of shits on somebody and then takes off type of thing,
Yeah, that's an asshole.
I think the other thing is if it's you're looking at someone's post, maybe DM them instead of posting it on their wall. You know what I'm saying? That's a little more, you're kind of taking them aside. I mean, I ran work for a long time. That's
Less
how I worked.
exclamation marks, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, the
What?
other thing is not everybody even wants to try to, you know what I'm saying? Like some people just
Some people don't want the advice. I mean, when you try to help and I've found that now I don't give any advice anymore because it's
that's what I mean. Yeah, it's got to be.
I don't either.
Lots of people
Not unless I'm
start
at.
out there asking a question, though. You notice that sometimes they'll show a leaf problem or this or that. What is this? I think that's the best forum to apply yourself because it's like this. Most people are kind of conceited. A lot of people are conceited. The type I'm talking about. I wouldn't say I am because I'm a humble guy. But here's the deal. Part of my deal is I try to put things out that's reflective. It's fucking art. So if you like art, you can come to my page. Nothing looks like it does there, but the play of color and light and nature itself and symmetries fucking reveals you something that you'll never see ever again because the camera is quicker than the fucking eye. Okay, and I know how to fucking process an image. I used to do darkroom photography. I owned a fucking darkroom. So it's like this. I'm not just a point and shooter. But here's the deal. The little camera does a good job. But when I see your garden, Smiley, I like to see, like when I saw all those, like last year, you had a real nice images of the way the your leaves were praying and you had the nice LED systems and things like that. I look at what I can extrapolate from the information you're giving me visually, what I can integrate into my garden, or at least I can show respect to you and see what you're doing and what your style is. And that's kind of my approach is I kind of have nothing but respect for people's choices and their cultivars and all of that, because in the end, it's just medicine and it's just tech, But aside from that, people do get some pretty funny ideas and attitudes, in my opinion, because it's like this. I'm just a home grower, but it's like this. I sure as heck would like to grow some more, and I'd like to grow, have a full room. I've never had my room full, and I really honestly, I unlearned whatever I knew about organics somewhere along the way. I was just kind of an intuitive measurer. and somehow I got off my center. My mean got off, just like the pH. So I need to get a pen and start reading up on, different measurements and shit, just what other people do. And as much as I hate to do that, I would have liked to have done that when I was just getting into it. But at this point, I just like to go with the flow. And like, if there's yellow or there's a problem, I'm like, oh, doesn't it look that way in nature? It's like, oh man, I have a wild thing. But here's the deal. I want to see them achieve their genetic potential, just like you, just like everybody here, because that's what the chronic's about. And it's what the herb is about, and the plant and cannabis. So it's like this. I want to achieve my genetic potential. I want my plants to achieve their potential. I want my kids to achieve their potential. I want you to achieve your potential. And that's not what your country can do for you, but how much weed you can.
I agree with everything except that point and shooter part. Your child count totally negates that. So you're a point and shooter, man. You have to be. Pumping out 12 kids. You're only like 32, right? I
love to do it, but it's like this. You can only have one wife, and why would you want anything more?
I don't even have one, so.
You know what's a cool approach too that I like doing though? Like I've been off Instagram for a long time, but like back when I was helping a lot of people, I see people like say they have an infestation. And I'll be like, you know what? My homie's really fucking good at this. Let me talk to, say, Sink Angel. And I'll shoot him a picture and see what he thinks. And automatically that person knows that you're trying to help them without degrading them. Right?
Yeah, this is an ego thing, isn't it? It's about ego. So yeah, it's a weird one.
So you
something we love.
Like walk a little tightrope with that and just say, hey man, I'm not trying to step on your grow game. I'm just, if you
here's
ask
a compliment and then here's a suggestion.
Are you guys all like wondering who I'm gonna DM about their?
No. I totally.
I'm waiting for it, man.
I was thinking,
like, is he gonna DM me now? It's like it's a game. I'm waiting. I'm like, fuck, it's me. I knew it. Right. Too much nitrogen at the end.
Don't bother, Smiley. I already know I suck. But here's the deal: we all suck.
Now I do want to know. Now I'm like, who the fuck is
this
it?
topic
Is it
for
me?
discussion? Like plant health in general, you know what I'm saying? Like it's I don't know, it's something I guess my brain is kind of seen. Well, I guess it'd be this way. Your opinion of a healthy plant is only based off the healthiest plant you've seen as far as a cannabis plant. You know what I mean? So that's to me where like Instagram and certain things are really helpful, because you'll see a radiant, vibrant plant on there. Like Green 13's room was the last run. I mean, it was clearly obvious. Everything's fucking lime green, top to bottom. They're thriving, you know what I'm saying? And that elevates what your opinion or my opinion becomes of a healthy plant. And then you know what I'm saying? The goal for the next round that I go with is like, well, fuck, man. I thought they were looking nice, but holy shit, I got some stuff to do. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that, I guess. It's just raised the bar for everybody as far as that goes. You know what I mean?
We need to learn from floral culture. Flowers, Holland. Because here's the deal: I think that we run our rooms too hot for our desired effects. That's just an opinion. Being a person who has a natural cold room, I'm going to say that. But I really do, because of the terps and because of it just takes another week or so in the room. If you're for production, yeah, well, it's like this. I prefer to have a cooler room. I told somebody I like to keep it at about 72 because I have HPS. He didn't even he'd never heard that you drop to 70 with HPS. He's like, 80 is normal. Well, you know what? They taught the standard wisdom was like, the problem with indoor rooms in the late 70s and early 80s was that they were too hot. they're running them at 98 degrees, 100 degrees, ... And they'd end up with, really wasted bud and all elongated and things like that. And it's like this. I'm just saying, I don't know why I'm talking about this actually. I think that somebody else should take their candle.
I think some of it is, Smiley, that people aren't actually aiming for plant health. That isn't what they're looking for in their eye. They're looking to fill their room and they're looking to make sure everything's really green. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's happy. It just might mean that you forced it to a good point. So it's for you and I know that plant health, that whole thing is like everything else will follow that. You don't have to be involved in the next part if the plant health is really high. It's happy. You're not using your ego, but I need more light. I need more food. I need more liquid. I need more CO2. Nah, when there's enough, then that's plant health. And when there's plant health, it will thrive. And so yeah. You see a lot of rooms with a lot of red stem plants and people aren't even commenting on them. And actually, we don't even know that that's a massive problem. We see that in nature loads. However, you can make it not do it. So it's health. I'm not interested in food really. It's much more aloe and kelp and all that stuff just to make sure it can do what it wants.
Yeah, you bring up some good points there, but and some of those things too can also be genetic. Because I know, like, I don't know if any of you guys use this term, but I've had certain strains that just naturally rhubarb. Sure. And there's nothing unhealthy about the plant at all.
I have a couple strains like that. These gelatos that I have, these crosses, they all are dark, and then at the end of flower they turn, like, these leaves turn like almost black. They're like
great genetics, man. That sherbet and all that stuff and all those things, gelato, that's the most impressive new cultivar I've come across. I don't care.
Oh, I love the nuggets. They're like golf balls. They're dense. They just stay nice.
If you go for a walk and you find a blackberry bush, and in the summer it's green and thick, and you walk past that same blackberry bush 6 months later and it's covered in frost, it'll be completely purple. And so all that is that anthocyanin is in that plant. It is in there, and it's expressed it at one point and it hasn't expressed it at another point. And it's super healthy at one point and it's fighting for its life at the other point. So we know that stuff's in there, and it's just whether you have stressed it to the point where it has decided, I need some of that for coloration or for whatever it is that it does it for. And so loads of plants have got it in there. And if you're expressing it, it's because you've pissed off or you've turned on something that's made it express it. So we see it in nature.
I think what it comes back to, though, if you like, so my understanding of the way anthocyanins or carotenoids like work is it's kind of like when the plant's getting photons rained down on it is triggering, pigments, and that's like charging that cell, right? And then the process of capturing CO2 that happens after that is actually that pigment is charged, and that happens in a cycle, right? So if that cycle doesn't have all the things it needs to complete it, like proper amount of manganese, magnesium, all these different things, nitrogen play a role in its ability to try to capture that charged cell. Now, if it can't complete photosynthesis, it still has to do something with the charge in that. And another process that the plant can go through, and I don't know all the details to be able to explain it, but I can explain it in a broad view, is it's basically taking that charge that it received from that charged pigment and the photon, and it's running it through a carotenoid to be able to deal with what is called a reactive oxygen species. And that reactive oxygen species can damage cells. It's like it's a free radical, like what Endo was talking about earlier. That's a reactive oxygen species, is a free radical. And,
Yeah.
when that happens, so now instead of that photon that hit the leaf turning into captured carbon, it turns into dealing with a free radical in a different route, that basically is what it's having to do. And carotenoids and anthocyanins are the ways that it can deal with that. So if you have a ton of light, this is just my mind on it. If you have a ton of photons raining down on the plant and it can't get the nutrients and all the things it needs to complete photosynthesis, and CO2 level is part of that, you know what I'm saying? Temperature is a part of that. Moisture being able to transpire properly is part of that. But if it has those photons and it can't do photosynthesis, it has to deal with it a different way. And if it doesn't have CO2, it has to deal with it through respiration and taking oxygen, which actually is more like burning muscle or burning protein in the plant versus burning and creating ATP through sugars in photosynthesis process. So having all those things in a balance and having the ability to properly convert the amount of PPFD you're raining down on the plant in such a way that it's going to properly convert that into a sugar and efficiently do it is still, in my mind, the healthiest way to do that with the plant. So however, you know what I mean? So however you're adjusting your room, whether it's temperature or amount of PPFD or amount of nutrient or whatever, all those things got to be in balance to make sure that you're capturing all the light.
Loop's complete.
Smiley,
Yeah.
what you just said there, I would have to totally agree with. You can basically think of a plant like that as that being the anthocyanin, as being the plant's immune system. If it's not,
it's a reaction though. It's a reaction to a waste product. It's got too much of something, so it has to deal with it another way. So actually, It's a bit like the gut. It's actually like, this has to get rooted to the shitter. So put it that way, because we aren't turning that into muscle. We're turning that into shit. And so
the less efficient your digestive system is, the more you'll shit out than what you take in. You know what I'm saying? It's similar. It's like almost exactly right.
But that is the immune system of the plant. It's basically doing what it has to survive and have homeostasis.
Right. I want to say one thing, and
the interesting,
I've heard one thing, and this is that green leaf is 20% more efficient at photosynthesizing in the sun, growth-wise and everything. Guy named Steve Tuck said that in one of his little videos. He was like a California dude. Whatever, you know, people study the plant, they have their opinions, but it's like this, it definitely less efficiency, they claim, with the purple leaf. That's all. You know that.
Oh, and I think it's a sign of that too, because, you know, even like imbalances, like you guys hear about them talking about nitrogen uptake and nitrogen conversion in the plant, but how that plant has to deal with that nitrogen is deal with energy. It has to spend energy on it. So if your nitrogen levels are super high and the plant's having to combine that with a carbohydrate, which is a byproduct of photosynthesis. It's the end product of that. So it's got to be able to convert photosynthesis to be able to deal with the nitrogen. Well, if you oversupply that, it's burning up a lot of that energy dealing with that nitrogen. And that's a lot of what John Kemp always talks about. So like with amino acids, if you're foliar spraying or watering them in or whatever, it's a reduced form of nitrogen. So it's basically has energy put into it already. So reduction is the addition of electrons, and oxidation is the removal of electrons. So when we talk about oxidation and reduction, that's what they're really talking about. Those reactions happen throughout Endo was talking about the mitochondria. That's it. That mitochondria receives a carbohydrate and deconstructs it to release the energy from it, and it goes through what's called an electron transfer chain. Well, there's the same electron similar electron transfer chain in photosynthesis. It's capturing that and moving that electron into a carbohydrate that later we digest and you know what I'm saying, and it, or other parts of that plant, you know, release that. But to me, it's like a little capsule of a freaking energy, you know what I'm saying?
Smiley, a good example. I like what you're saying there, but a good example that I've talked to other people about. I don't know about your guys' specific areas, if you guys grow wild blueberries or not, but they have super high concentrations of anthocyanins, right? And that's what makes the berries blue. And in order to do that, it needs a remarkable source of carbohydrates and sugars, right? Therefore, the plants stay very stout and low to the ground and have a very short season. They're actually very unhealthy plants. So I don't know if I'm giving you the best example, but I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
Well, so like blueberries work in an acidic soil, and the acidic soil is going to have a majority of ammonium as far as the nitrogen source in the way that biology will work. And then when nitrogen's in that ammonium, it's kind of a reduced form. So the plant is actually, those kind of plants are actually taking up a more energy efficient form of nitrogen, so to speak. So it's, yeah.
But it was such an interesting thing to say, because if you think about that plant, that's such, it does look unhealthy. It's like they snap really easy. The color and the flavor would almost just be stress. So yeah, it was, I never thought, that's kind of really interesting. It's constantly running that fucking system that's like,
Yeah, exactly.
Cheddar Bob just said, I was going to say, Cheddar Bob just said Maine has the best blueberries, and I had to say Alaska has the best blueberries, and I'm pretty sure that Michigan has the best blueberries. I'm going to say that they grow in peat here. We have lots of Jurassic peat, and that is a good medium for them. And I actually live in the blueberry country, so we have wild blueberries put away for the year usually.
Well, hey,
So,
I want to say
back-
real quick.
Go ahead.
I want to say real quick. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck.
love you, brother.
You.
How sweet.
And fuck you.
Terms of endearment.
So Cal, he didn't. I thought he was going to say something about. Go ahead.
I want to go back to what Smiley said about ROS. A lot of people don't understand reactive oxidative stress. The one thing that humans have that plants don't have is superoxide dismutase on the levels that humans have, and that's what fights ROS. It's other free radicals too, but ultimately it's superoxide dismutase. So that is something that I will be looking forward to in the future, to try to introduce to plants to see if it will fight ROS. That's kind of a little science experiment that I'll be working on.
That's
but
cool.
who knows?
So one other take on that too. So reactive oxygen species are oxidated forms of it. So like hydrogen peroxide, H2O2, is an oxidated form of water, basically, because it's added that oxygen to it. But that oxygen is like an energy sink, and that's kind of my understanding of it anyway. So a reactive oxygen species, the reason it's so damaging is because it basically zaps the energy out of whatever cells are there, and it'll cause them to basically disintegrate. That's why, yeah, that's what effect it basically has to be a antibacterial, H2O, hydrogen peroxide. That's why. That's the effect it has on those bacterial cells. Is it basically zaps them and their cell walls fall apart. You know what I mean? Because that oxygen reacted with it, basically.
Yeah, and that goes back to a word I used earlier, which is apoptosis, which is basically death of an unhealthy cell. causing the death of an unhealthy cell, which would be your free radical.
So we're probably diving pretty deep down the red wormhole, but you guys were talking energy flows earlier, and I think it's interesting that the cell wall is an electrical gradient, and there's actually a negative charge inside the cell and a positive charge on the outside of the cell. And the way that nutrients actually move across that cell membrane is based off their charge and what gets exchanged with it. But the way that cell membrane actually operates is to maintain that electrical gradient at a slight voltage. You know what I mean? It's almost like in my head, it's like a static electricity, like, you know what I mean, waiting to zap, but it's just chilling in you know what I'm saying?
Yep. But that's
May the
also
force be with you. May the force be with you. Get your chi going and your kundalini too.
Well, that's where the electro stuff kind of comes in, like grounding your pots and fucking shit like that,
sir.
where you're kind of like, well, fuck, man, maybe that does play a big role, you know what I mean? Because it,
but also the amount of moisture, right? Because that's, oh, excuse me.
Yeah, amount of moisture. And
you're right. Hey, Smiley, you're on a roll tonight. You fucking run with it.
I'm just happy to not be talking about dicks. So
me too, honestly. I don't usually talk about those things.
Me neither.
I talk about a lot of weird shit, but that's not one of them.
Right.
I felt bad bringing it up earlier. I was just joking around and everyone jumped on it. I'm like, God damn, these guys are dying to talk about this shit. Green Fingers are whipping that thing out.
We love Green Fingers. You know, there's only one of them. And I love that guy. He has a hell of a sense of humor.
Described it as jumping on it. Seeing what you're talking about. Funny description.
Yeah. The other interesting thing I've found too, or in my head, it's really interesting, is the idea of spectrum and how light is actually a wave form as well. And that's what the frequency of that waveform is what triggers the pigment inside the chloroplast or whatever inside the leaf. You know what I'm saying? So if that pigment is vibrating at a certain frequency for blue light, say, that's you know what I'm saying? That thing won't react with any other like red light or anything that comes across it. It has to like vibrate at the same frequency as that. I don't know. I found that kind of interesting too, because like Eagle's always talking about everything operates on frequency, and it's like it fucking does, dude. Those things are basically like an antenna, is what I'm getting at. They're more like an antenna that's receiving a signal from the sun or the light source. You know what I mean? And that's information. It can carry information to signal and communicate. We don't know what it really, you know what I'm saying? But we know that we can, you know, it's carrying information based off that.
But it's also carrying electricity. So, you know, that becomes another factor too, right? Changing frequency and lights through air, whatever the medium is, that also changes what the electricity is.
Yep.
And that's,
and we're just talking about one tiny thing here. Think about how many cells in your body, or all the other things that the charge and the vibration, it's everything. And when you start talking about everything, it's like everything. And then, you know, it's like, oh, I wonder what effect that has on me then, and the people around me and the objects around me. And like, yeah, we go back to fading into the background, huh?
We can get charged planners. You know, they'll be the thing of the future. They'll be like, you'll get your 5-gallon, 10-gallon pot, whatever size, and it'll actually be already lined with a certain type of energy conductor or grounder. You may even have system that has, like, you put it on a bed that sends up a little amount or keeps it at a certain vibrational frequency, because it's like now we need, I'm talking frequencies. I know about frequencies, but you know that the imagination is one thing, but these, like you guys are talking about, you're talking about things in real scientific systemic view, but if you run with it, you can see where it could go fairly easily with a few advances, and, you know, just like
Yeah, I guess in
Slide.
my head, like when I'm picturing that too, like the electron transfer chain happening through photosynthesis, that's capturing energy and it's either storing it in itself or it's storing it in the soil and then the biology down in the soil. Like we always hear about the plant feeding the biology. That's part of what it's doing with that, you know what I'm saying? So the more energy that plant can capture, the more it can feed its life systems and all the life systems in the soil, which are actually going to supply the nutrients that it needs too. You know what I mean? So it's this.
If you want healthy soil, you've got to have healthy plants. You have to, like, otherwise it just spoils it.
And if you think of the parts on the plants that we get the most energy from, it's the fruits or the seed or the grain. You know what I'm saying? And that's because that's where the plant is storing a majority of that energy is in that fruit or in that seed or the grain. So obviously the less efficient that plant is at creating energy through photosynthesis, the lower your yield's going to be, the lower your secondaries are going to be, and the lower a lot of that's going to be. You know what I mean? So I mean, that's John Kemp's whole thing is on that. That's the whole plant health pyramid and all that. But to me, it just was like a light bulb thing, man. Like some of that shit. I don't know how to always explain it all in the chemicals and all the interactions, but there's processes that, like, we always talk about photosynthesis just happening. Well, no, it's a fucking cycle. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's more like combustion in your engine than it is anything. Like you can try to get your engine started, but if all the factors aren't there for that thing to properly run right, it's not going to run right. And to me, that's exactly the way photosynthesis is, you know?
Smiley, you want to hear another funny thing too, though? It's like, I'll give you another example, and this one kind of blows my mind a little bit. So when we're talking about how much sun the plant can absorb, right? Like typically instantly your mind goes to bigger fan leaves, greener fan leaves, creating more energy to feed the plant in the soil, right? One funny thing I've noticed is that plants, the cannabis plants that are higher in Borneo and pinene, typically tend to be much greener plants. And now where that mind fucks me is that when you look at other aspects of nature, that's pine trees that survive the winter. And those aren't big fat leaves. They're tiny little pine needles that have the same terpenes. They're dominant in the same terpenes. So there's some sort of correlation there. I know that, but I don't know what the correlation is.
I really think you're onto something, about the terpene and kind of the kind of like this terpene signature in nature, and ones that have things in common, then also an expression. Because it's like this. I can think of one piney cultivar that I grew that was just several, that were dark green. I'm just saying, isn't it? It's something that you can observe and you can intuitively reflect upon, but it'll be 20 years before science catches up with it and says, yes, the terpene does this. It expresses itself through pigmentation. Just like if you have a paint, it has pigment in it. But they used to make these paints themselves. They had recipes for paint. They put ochre, vermilion, all these different things in them. So it's like this. The same with the palate of the nose. There are certain things that go. Anyway, this. Go ahead. I like what you're
If they
saying.
legalize it, we can do this shit quicker than like talking about it on a show, though, can't we? We can actually go and do the fucking science. That'd be brilliant. Like every other plant.
Well, I know, like I've kept a lot of data on it, but I'm also limited as to, again, there's so many variants and factors that it's very hard to determine what's actually going on there. But I think, or at least I hope you guys see what I'm saying. So it's not just the surface mass of the fan leaves. that's creating all the energy. Because if that was the case, pine trees would all be dead in the winter. They don't even need sunlight to survive. And they're still green throughout the entire winter, yet they have a very tiny surface space. I think somewhere in there, the terpenes are definitely involved on some level.
Yeah, I believe so too. I just want to say one thing about the leaves too, and as far as like everybody, I don't know everybody, but somebody you had just mentioned like leaves are the solar panel, right? But if you have an abundance of those leaves, and like I was describing earlier, and it's capturing photons that is not able to say move CO2 because you're not able to exchange enough vapor around the leaf surface. Okay. Now, if you go in and you remove leaves tactically to allow for more vapor exchange to happen, because it's actually you're moving water and you're trying to replace CO2 around the leaf surface, you can actually increase the efficiency of that plant in creating photosynthesis based off allowing for more proper air movement around the leaves that you did leave on. So there, you know, like the argument that, oh, I leave all the leaves on because they're solar panels. Yes, that's true to a certain point. And the reason that's true to a certain point is every one of those cells to stay alive needs to be burning energy, whether it's, and if it's not converting energy from sunlight to be able to burn and stay alive, it's doing that through burning a carbohydrate and burning and moving ATP from a carbohydrate, and when it can't do that, it starts breaking down proteins into amino acids and into carbohydrates and nitrogen that way. But
yeah, you're right. You're right with ATP and stuff like that too. It's I mean, it's akin to putting too much gas in your car. There's nothing wrong with the gas. It just doesn't make the engine work better to have more gas spilling out of your car.
Because it goes out of balance, right? Then there's not enough room for oxygen and spark because it's all too much reaction.
Terpenes are not cannabinoids, yet they're a huge part of medicine as well. So
yeah,
that's
but
one other. So what I'm saying is basically, and the leaf has distillate cares and all that stuff all over it too. So it's a host for other things that go on. So there's actually quite a bit of you know, like when they say that they communicate and change the weather with the terps, you know, that sounds like pretty far-fetched, you know, but I think it's actually true, you know. So whatever, that's all I have to contribute. That's about the depth of it.
Well, no, but I mean, it's very simple to prove that because at least a small percentage of plant health, at least outdoors, well, indoors too, is definitely dependent upon what terpenes are present in the plant. Without certain terpenes, cannabis doesn't survive in the wild. It doesn't. It gets eaten or it gets infected or whatever. It's adapted to survive those situations of whatever environment it's been provided with. So it develops those terpenes just like any other plant does. You know, that's why roses don't grow in the winter. They just haven't developed that ability to do it. You know, but it's also the same reason why certain bugs won't touch it. And, you know, same with cannabis.
It's fucking amazing, guys.
It's
what
the
you
most
just
complex.
That whole system, you know, of just the plants and also the mycorrhiza, you know, the whole little, you've seen the chart, you know, of the connectivity and the communication, and also the defense of the species through adaptation and, you know, on the signature level of olfactory senses, because it's like this, and other plants can actually read that. How is that? How can that be? I'm just saying that's way, like, we go down, this was called the rabbit hole, and then it was called
New wormhole.
The new wormhole, and now we're Weed Nerd World, which for very good reasons, but it's like this, we're going down a deep you know, not a tavern. And I just think there's so much wisdom and information on those basic premises. So the one thing I'm going to end my little thing here with is simply there's a lot to be said for not only the citizen scientist, but the citizen farmer. So it's like this, if you can take notes on what you do observe and what you find to be valid, you know, you may find that somebody else has experienced that as well. And, you know, maybe it was another person. So you guys are on to something that oftentimes, you know, it's like that book Blink. You understand the problem before you even understand what the problem is, or the solution for the problem, or something like that, before you even understand it just happens. Boom. Or that's a Fugazi. That's a fucking fake statue. You know, in that book, that's one of the things. Like 83 experts said this is the real thing, and somebody had knocked it off, but one person looked at it and didn't go with the flow, and they said simply, that's fake. Anyway, that's life, man. Don't fall for no Fugazis.
Yeah. The crazy part about that is you're absolutely right, but it takes an insane amount of experience and knowledge to even be able to come up with these theories. And then it takes an even more insane amount to be able to prove them,
debunk them,
and replicate them. And then you're always going to have people saying, "No, you're totally wrong."
Yeah.
You're
This is the other way.
Truthfully, we're all used to there being a bunch of dumb shits, but the fact is that as a group, we're smarter. So what I'm saying is, like, this group we had 12 people here, you know, each of us individually might make kind of dumb mistakes on our own. But you know what? As a group here, I actually think it was a pretty solid group. It is a solid group, and night in and night out, it is. It's just kind of like this topic brings out. I heard you speaking earlier, you know, on some health issues, and I think that, you know, you feel you seem to have a gift, and you've studied there, and it's your specialty. And I think that people are very receptive to that, because right now it's a crisis of health as well as a crisis of faith. But a lot of these things are simply, if you had a better understanding of your own body and more respect for it and more, you know, loving care for it. Preventative is not preventative. It's just a daily fucking way you should treat your body, because it's a temple. I'm just saying. Yeah. And then compound that with intelligence and actual, you know, dialogue with, well, I have a pancreas, I have a liver, I have a spleen, you know, I have a heart. All of these aren't going to be pumping here in like 20 years or whatever, 30 years. Anyway, you go ahead. I'm so sorry.
But the difficult thing is, Buddha, it's like, I could have listened to that 3 years ago, what you just said, and he talks about health and how that's important, and da-da-da-da. And that would have been the depth of how much I would have thought about that. Oh yeah, everyone knows that. But like, to listen to yourself and understand, no, don't do that, dude. You think you want that, but that's going to actually make you not feel nice. And then you start listening to your body, and then you start realizing what health is. Oh shit. Okay, my leg aches. If I stretch it out, you know, I mean, just the things that taking care of yourself is, for me, was not what I thought. I thought it was just, okay, I'll just eat that stuff. Nah, you actually have to like care for yourself and care about yourself to get health. And like, I don't know, it was, I don't think I'm saying much, but it was a revelation for me to be like, oh, no, this is what caring for yourself is. It's actually listening and then doing or not doing, you know, and boundaries and all those things. They're all health, you know, because that's caring.
Yeah. Hey, Eagle, Cheddar Bob's trying to hop in.
Okay.
I can't find him. That's why I told him to come back.
He's cool. He don't need to come in.
Hey, Eagle, appreciate the forum. Appreciate you keeping the cafe open tonight. We got a place to go.
Oh man, tonight, man. Fuck it. Why would I possibly shut this down?
Yeah, we're having a good time.
Smiley's in OT. Shit. Think I'm kicking him out when he's rolling tonight? Shit, no way.
Smiley fucking rocks. Smiley's in the house. Smiley's in the house. Fucking Smiley rocks. Smiley's garden rocks. Sorry. Get me to
Listen, I keep meaning to say,
I accept your apology.
we started talking about Smiley's channel, but I keep meaning to say my friend Big Jar Grows has a channel doing a garden update. He throws it out on the same day as Smiley. If you could go and subscribe, that would be super cool. Just the same thing as, you know, we like to watch one of our crew showing us his shit. So just check it out. Big Jar Grows. He's one. I'm sure he's
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome. In general, though. Right.
But he's growing out some of Nick Risden's stuff. So he's got the work, and he's got a couple phenos of that. And I saw it at Nick's farm, and that shit looks fire as fuck. Granted, it was outdoor. I'm curious to see what it's gonna do indoor. So cool to follow along with some of that, you know.
I guess I'm already subscribed. We follow each other. I just went to go put him in because here he is. He's got a wonderful. He's almost at 1,000. Help him out, man.
YouTube, I'm talking about as well. He does his garden update on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
Cool shout out Green 13.
I think that's cool. There are so many people.
Difficult to get traction, isn't it?
There are a lot of people with a lot of talent and a lot of perspectives on the herb. That's one thing I like about being part of the Instagram community, because it's like this. You know, everybody's from a different region. Everybody's growing different cultivars. Sometimes they're growing the same cultivar outdoors in Spain or indoors in Iowa. I'm just saying, you just never know. What's up, Green Fingers? What you thinking, bro?
3 minutes, bro.
And as we're talking about it, and I don't mean to did anyone see Green Jeans update? It's like, oh man. Anyway, all right, I won't spoil it.
I was wondering if we're gonna get my music for 420. That's
Shit, it's been an hour already.
Yeah, that's why I'm used to. I want it to be like interrupting us every time, so we can be like, bam, like damn, it's already time. I like that shit. I got to get it fixed on my side, so I can play music for us. Wait, the song's on this fucking shit. I can't play it, huh?
I don't know. But here's the deal. How many people got little seedlings coming up out that they planted a month ago or, you know, something time ago that are looking pretty good, getting optimistic about? They got that kind of symmetry going on. They're going to be fat fucking leaves. Smiley, did you roll out something good recently?
Oh yeah, I got a few good ones going. I got a Skywalker OG, the first outcross of it that I'm going to do, which is to the Sky Cuddler Kush, which actually has Skywalker in its lineage already. So I was
wow,
hopeful for that for outcross, and then I'll bring a male back to it this year, to the Skywalker. So then I'll have the back cross of it, which hopefully that will be far enough work to be considered mine. I don't know how that works these days, but whatever, some of that's fuck off. You know what I mean? I'm doing what I'm due, I guess.
I think that's a good cut of the Skywalker. You know, what I could tell, you know, although the Mac is kind of dominant in mine, I'm going to roll out some new seeds. I don't think I got the winning pheno. I only threw out a few seeds at a time, and one of them was a male or something. I forget what it was, but it's like this. It's definitely, I'm going to explore it again because I'd like to see some different structure.
See, like the high Mac male that I ran on last year was, it brought such a floral note to everything. So it's, you know what I mean? For what I'm trying to do with the Skywalker, that's not really the direction I needed to go. So
I got
Sky Cuddler male came in line, and now I got Jack Skillington, and I don't have one lined up for it. So I don't know. I was just thinking Jack Skillington be a good outcross too. I don't know.
Trust your intuitions, and here's the deal. You know, there's Dutch Blooms. You know, I don't think he's got anything over on you. I have a lot of respect for him, but you're doing your thing too. So that's the type of direction you all are going in, the regenerative seed production, and you know, everything feeds everything type of look.
Well, I'm gonna snub him and be nose in the air. I'm on the probiotic tip, so my shit's probiotically bred.
Nice. I'm just saying, It is, right on.
I'm just fucking around. I just think it's funny.
Oh, heck, man. I'm biodynamic. I'm possessed by the devil. Saint Jesus. Sorry, guys. Getting crazy.
Toxins are all that probiotics association or whatever. I would imagine a living soil counts in that too, though.
How's that vital?
Who loves Eagle? I love Eagle. Send a little bit of love Eagle's way. Every hour of every day. He'll appreciate it in every way.
Hey, Buddha Boy, one of the comments you made earlier about being autistic, I found that funny that you mentioned that, because if you guys ever question how my brain works, it's because I have Asperger's.
Oh, I've had several friends who had Asperger's, and I just thought it was a weird sense of humor. We hit it off just fine. Everybody has their way.
No, it's hilarious. I found it hilarious because in my life I've been an engineer, I've been a grower, I've been a breeder, I've worked as an RNCP, I've worked in treatment clinics.
Wow.
I've taught various different universities and schools how to do certain things. It's really crazy how that works. Like, my brain functions on a really weird level. So in case I sound crazy to you guys at times, that's probably why.
I think it's because you're extremely gifted individual who's kind of humble, but acts and patterns that are kind of predictable.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
When did you find that out, Endo? Early in life or late in life?
No, I didn't know till I was about 28, 29.
Oh.
And you took some comfort in finding that out, yeah, because it allowed you to understand yourself better. Would that be true?
Yeah, because I always wondered why everything seemed really easy for me. Like, you probably remember me mentioning that, I hated high school, so I graduated when I was 15.
Yeah. You sped it up rather than stringing it out. You sped it up to get it the fuck out of the way. I did notice that you'd said that and took it on board. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've done all that type of stuff. My brain's always kind of working, always trying to figure things out. So I kind of operate at a different wavelength, I guess would be a good term to use tonight.
Vibration.
But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that so you're familiar with it. I think it's kind of cool, to be honest with you.
I agree with you.
The people that I know who have Asperger's, or I'm not even pronouncing it correctly, but I am aware completely of what it is.
You can say it both ways, dude. Asperger's or Asperger's, whichever.
Okay, but here's the deal. They are extremely intelligent individuals and very multifaceted. So what you said really, that gives me a little deeper understanding what you said of them and appreciation.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Bob?
What's up, everyone? How's it going?
You made it.
Finally. I feel like less of a Muppet today. Put a little shave on.
Oh yeah. You had a big fucking chunky beard yesterday.
I did. And wouldn't you know it, it dropped below 0 and the wind picked up this morning. So
yeah, you're cold.
Wee-hoo!
Yeah.
Good thing it grows fast though. So
hi, Cheddar Bob. Good to see you, buddy.
Hi, Buddha
Are you
boy.
feeling a little better? Yo.
What's that?
Are you feeling a little better?
Yeah, my back's all up to par. I played a round of golf and
So, yep.
Yeah.
Tested it out with a round of golf, and I made it through all 18 holes. So,
well, take care of
All
yourself.
right.
We got a
Don't
fellow
do
golfer here.
lifting or anything right now. Whatever. Smoke more dope.
I smoke cannabis. I don't do.
Guys, I'm rude. I don't disrespect the plant. I disrespect people.
Yeah, me too. Totally. I'm all about. Wait.
Avocado Bob.
I know Cheddar Bob. I know.
That's right. Hi, Endo. I think it's the first time I've seen you on here.
Yeah, I've had a long hiatus off the socials, so it's been nice to meet some new people and get back on and shoot the shit. We had a really good talk tonight, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of it when you guys were talking about Maine blueberries being the best in the world, and that topic. So yeah, I completely agree. Maine blueberries are
so much superior to Maine blueberries, but they're nothing like Scandinavian blueberries.
Well, they're nothing like Sri Lankan blueberries either.
Blueberry placenta.
Come on, guys. This is like someone trying to say it's the best cannabis strain. They're all different strains.
I'll take all the blueberries and use them for blueberry placenta pie.
We have something here called not to sound racist, but they're called engine berries.
Oh hell yeah.
To me, those are the best blueberries. But that's just to me.
It's all subjective, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't like blueberries that much.
Oh, what the heck's wrong with you?
Dude, if you're out on the golf course and you find a nice rock covered in moss and it's got full of engine berries, you'll be sitting there with buckets for a while, man.
What's going on with you guys? I took my clubs out of the fucking loft for the first time in 3, maybe 4 years. And then twice we've had golf mentioned in the last few minutes. It's like the universe is talking to me.
We're vibrating, man. We're vibrating.
Dude, I golf probably at least 80 times a year.
Right, I was like that.
That's awesome. Come up to Maine and you can play in the 8th oldest course in the country, which is on my little island here.
Nice.
If I'm ever around, I'd love to do that, man.
Yeah, dude. Open invite.
Sweet. I'd love to do that.
How do you green fingers, you stay over there.
Oh no, I was gonna say, do they allow metal detecting on the course? But probably not, because they're hiding off the picture.
Maybe like at night.
I'm the metal detector. I don't even need that. I could use dowsing rods. I'm really good with those. But I could find all kinds of shit on the East Coast, man.
I don't know. We see someone with a metal detector on the golf course while we're playing. We're probably gonna aim at him.
Yeah, there's no probably about it. With clubs and balls.
I grew up dodging balls. I grew up dodging balls, so I'm good at that.
All right. I bet you did.
Metal detector on the course is definitely going to be a 2-iron stinger right at your head.
Yeah. Who are you, Rodney Dangerfield?
Oh, hey, just give me one of these.
Hey, hand me the 12 gauge, huh? Hey.
Why do they call golf a good walk spoiled?
Nah. One of the best sports on earth.
It's a traditional slang by, I think, John Feynman or somebody like that, a sports writer of the 70s, 80s, 90s, or something like that. But beyond that, I like running on golf courses. I was a cross-country runner, and it's really nice to have that turf under your feet. You have spikes and everything. And
that's not for you. That's not for you. Go over on the path.
Yeah, see, I'm aiming at you too, dude. You're moving target. I love those. Because those I can hit. The guy standing still, chances are I hitting you.
We shut down the golf course, rented, and they have the state cross country meet there or something. Because it's awesome running. There's no finer running than those. We're talking
well,
Alaskan.
as long as there's a monetary value applied to it, then yes. If you're renting out the golf course, okay.
I'm just saying some agreement was made, or else they wouldn't let all these, prep schoolers or prep athletes go out there and fucking burst their lungs and run 5 kilometers.
It's like stepping on the outfield of Fenway.
Actually, you know what?
I guess I don't
Cheddar-
think that golf is sacred. I think that the herb is sacred.
Cheddar, I think Cheddar Bob would agree with me on this, that we would rent it out at the end of the season and require you to wear cleats to aerate the fairways.
Oh, there you go.
And it would be okay.
Yeah,
But
stay
that
off
is
the
when they-
greens.
By the way, it's in the fall.
Off
I'm
the
just saying,
green.
if anybody ever ran cross country, they ran on a golf course at some point, and it's a real sport.
Hi, Smiley. Have a good night.
Cheers, Smiley.
Thanks, Smiley.
You guys have a good one, man.
Peace out, brother.
I'm gonna follow
Peace,
Smiley right
Smiley.
off the bat. Cool. Thanks, Eagle. I'm out too, guys. Good night.
Yes,
Hi,
brother.
Stoney.
Hey guys, Stony.
Jesus,
You're Stoney.
dropping like
Good
Max,
seeing you guys.
that's it.
Good chat. Hey, it was good meeting you, Endo.
See you.
Great
See you,
chat,
Stoney.
man. I learned a lot.
Yeah, nice chat for sure, man. Have a good night or morning.
You too. Take care,
Take
guys.
care, Stony.
See you, Turturro. Dude, Stoney looks just like John Turturro to me. I don't know why. Every time I see him, I'm like, boom, Transformers.
I like John Turturro and I like Stony.
Yeah.
I do. I like Martin Fink and all those movies, the Spike Lee movies. He was in those.
Nobody
like that.
fucks with the Jesus.
Oh boy. Well, I don't mean to get contentious and wild, but I can crack a joke, but I'm not gonna.
Is that who that is? The dude from like
Lebowski?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does look like him. I didn't even. No, I've just put that together in my head, and when you actually mentioned who he was, I didn't know the actor's name, and it's like, oh yeah, I reckon he does.
He's a great actor, by the way. You know that. That guy's in a lot of movies.
He's in tons of movies. And his
what was it?
cousin,
Coen Brothers,
brother,
Coen
whatever.
Brothers movies. Several.
Yeah.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I do like that movie though. I'm trying to recreate it on a daily basis.
Do you drink
I
White
don't
Russians?
want the. I don't want the. No, I don't. I don't want the carpet weeing thing though. Really, leave the carpet alone. Rug.
Green 13. Green 13. Are you? I want to know something. I know that you love automobiles. I know that you do have a love of them. Do you ever foresee yourself when you get your property maybe picking up just one collectible, not like for too much, but something that made you feel good, that was just you adopted it?
A car, a vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have this. I actually don't like. I have a vehicle right now, just by mistake. My wife's vehicle broke enough where we have to keep it, but she had to get a new one. So I have got a car. But yeah, I've had lots of nice cars. What I'd like, I want that Columbo thing. I want that fucking piece of shit that is my car. Like that everyone recognizes. Oh, that's that dude who drives that. You know, BMW 2002 or something weird that's a shed, that's a fucking shit heap, but
You know what?
runs
That's so
nice. That's what I want, like my final car. But unfortunately, electric cars are going to ruin this thing, aren't they? They're going to make it so that we don't have that thing. But I would like that final one vehicle that isn't special, but is kind of special. You know, like
You need
I
a
don't know,
Datsun. You need a Datsun.
or an old Triumph or something random, you know, a big Volvo, fucking yeah.
I think
An
we're
old
all old enough here that we'll get grandfathered in.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah.
There will be a special license that you pay, and like you could only drive restrictions. Maybe you could only drive so many miles or at certain times of the year, and there'll be like.
Don't they do that in London?
You could drive your car on in these special tracks, kind of like Green 13 used to manage or whatever. You know, I'm just saying there's always a place for them because they're historical and they're so, the engineering on those cars, I'm talking of antiquity, are so fucking marvelous. You know, just beautiful execution of wonderful ideas and precision. And the idea that like people went like, 300 miles an hour in the 30s is fucking amazing, you know? There were land speed records that were chased on vehicles.
They used to think that you were safer if you were thrown from your vehicle. So they didn't give you a seatbelt on purpose. That was a safety choice. It's like, oh, you don't want to be here with all this mangled metal. It's better if you fuck off over there, rolling in the fucking trees.
Pure anarchy is what that was. I think I have a lot of respect for that. And I like to hear on YouTube, there's actually a lot of oral history, people recalling these great races and events and historical cars and drivers and stuff. Anyway, I love that stuff myself.
Yeah, my love for that thing that you're talking about, though, is with my rebirth and whatnot. I'm not interested in those things as possessions. And
I know,
man, pouring money into the sports car hole is like, ow.
Do you see that? Do you see that spider he's got there?
You know what he's like, dude. That's probably fine. There's probably one behind him that'll kill you.
Do you see the spider that Greenfinger's got there?
Is that a
That
Goliath?
thing's huge.
Is that a Goliath bird-eating spider?
That's why I will not
Fingers?
live in fingers.
I found
You're
him in my
muted,
room
dude.
on Halloween night.
Eagle said that I would get
You
eaten
found
by
him in your
predators.
house?
I think
He
I
was
would.
walking in my room Halloween.
He was walking in your room. Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Holy shit, dude.
What's his name,
That's what
dude?
Dude,
Fucking big spider.
that's a
I don't
big
know.
spider, dude. That's a big spider. He's an ugly ass motherfucking spider.
What do you fucking do with all those things?
Oh, he
Holy
just leaves
shit.
them in jars with no lids on and shit.
Yeah, they get
That's
out
the-
sometimes. I find them outside, like, oh, I got a new one, and then I'm like, wait, what the fuck? How'd you get out?
He circles the chihuahuas around it.
Yeah.
Lets it go. It's like a battle royale.
He's bad to the bone, isn't he?
Look, there they go. There they go. Oh, wait, that's another
I'm
chihuahua.
with the dogs. I'm not with the spiders. Look at
Oh,
those
My
guys.
black widow, or my black and red cross with the black widow just caught this.
Oh my
damn.
god!
Bruh.
You should
It's
do
a
video.
black and red,
Damn,
black and red
dude.
cross with the black widow's cross. It's a brand new species.
You need some
Damn.
raid.
I
Yeah,
made that bitch.
yeah,
That's
man.
mine. I made that cross.
Spider-Man when you
I
need
think
him.
they're his pets.
I got babies right here coming right here. New babies.
I
New
couldn't
cross.
imagine living in the desert
cross with
and
the-
having shit
If
like
you-
that
If
crawling
you get
through
some
my house.
gasoline, and if you just get some gasoline, you just tip it everywhere and then light it, those spiders will die. Then I'll be much more comfortable. Go ahead.
New babies. Those are new babies coming. Those are this one and that big one that just went up there mixed. This is a boy. The black and red cross with the black widow already. So that's like a new species crossing with another black widow. So
Do you ever get high? Do you ever blow smoke on them?
when I want them to go away so I could clean their webs and make them rebuild, yeah. It's like what bees when you go to get bee honey and shit and you blow the smoke all over them and they leave. You do that the same with. I leave my spiders up here most of the time.
I kept bees once. I let the bees eat the honey.
This is my best boy besides the one that's out there that's free. They don't move. They stay in the same. Wouldn't have to put the lid on. He won't leave this area if I leave the lid off. He'll stay there and wait for food.
Crazy.
You should get that guy Zentinol to come over and help you identify these new species.
Oh, this one left. Oh well. That was a girl. That one's a girl. She's fucking horny. She wants to go make her babies. They don't go too far.
I like how you use that Reflectex as a hood, a makeshift hood there. I saw how it's actually concave down there. That's pretty cool, dude. That's my way of thinking.
Okay.
That reminds me of you guys remember that old video where they dosed spiders with different drugs to see what kind of webs they would make?
I saw them. They had like 8 different drugs. They had like meth and fucking acid and like all kinds of
the
shit.
meth one was all fucked up, like all stringy and had like 1/3 completed.
Yeah, they thought it was gonna be the opposite. They were like, "Yeah, guess what drugs belong to what what web? That was like how I saw it on Instagram or something. But like I guessed it wrong. I was like, oh man, I guessed all of them wrong. Fuck.
Like Eagles game.
Yeah, that sounds good. Maybe shit. I want to draw some.
The cannabis one was in like a smile.
Cool stuff on those cool games.
Barcelona was my guys. Is anybody keep track
Shit,
of the
at
news?
war.
I'm ask you right now, but are people rioting all over Europe? Tell me this. Anybody?
I wouldn't know.
Barcelona was.
Look outside your window, Green 13. Are there
What's the
pitchforks?
question?
Rioting in the streets of Europe.
Yeah, not here though, because we're not. This the Holland and places like that. Some of the they're forcing them to take the drug and they're forcing them to mask up and stay at home, and now they're just and then they beat the fuck out of them when they go in the streets. It's sickness. Europe is being super fucking weird about it. It's because they're not in control really.
Where are you located, Grade 13?
I'm in Britain.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, did anyone hear about that CDC trailer crash where those monkeys escaped and people that were around them got sick?
No, I had like get sick.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I actually saw that.
Yeah. So in Pennsylvania, there's this tractor trailer, and it was transporting CDC test lab monkeys, and it crashed. And three or five of them escaped their cages. And the witnesses that were around the crash or whatever are all starting to get sick with this weird symptoms. And they're treating them for rabies. But I didn't know rabies was an airborne illness.
It's not.
It's not. Yeah. No,
Well,
it isn't. So they might be treating them for rabies, but
that would be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's pretty fucked
so
up.
yay. Watch out, Pennsylvania.
But that's too weird, right? What you just said, it just sounds wrong. Okay, the vehicle crashed. So that's pretty fucking weird. You're doing a really specific job, taking some nasty shit from them, and you crash. That's pretty weird. Then, when you crash, the cage is open. Now this sounds like a movie or a conspiracy. And now people are sick from being close. Oh, there's a lot of lies being told by someone.
Man.
Oh, no.
Doesn't
A lot of things had to line up for those 5 monkeys to get loose, didn't they?
Yeah. Apparently they killed them. They found them and they killed them.
They killed them, and then they found them all.
So now they can.
And then they ate them. And then they became them. And now they are us. And we are them. The infected fucking apes.
Only in Pennsylvania, apparently.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're pretty lucky because there was actually, from what I heard, 100 monkeys actually fell off that truck, but only 5 escaped. Is what
it was a full. Yeah,
See,
it was a full trailer.
when you said that, Green 13. Yeah, I was like, no, it wasn't just like 5, were let out. That was like 5 cages that didn't hold up during the tumble.
And there was
they spilled out all over the road.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Was the driver Brad Pitt?
Wasn't there the movie
the 26
13 Monkeys?
No, it was Matthew Broderick.
Oh yeah. Planet of the
Buddha,
Apes.
did you get that?
No, I halfway got it, but I didn't honestly. Please spell it out for me because I want to understand.
What was that movie with Matthew Broderick where he had the ape? Was it War Games? Was it War Games where he had the ape?
No, I I just imagined him with an ape and a banana, but I know that had nothing to do with it.
No, just old movie reference.
Banana. Anyway, Eagle was talking a little bit. Maybe he wants to make some sense.
No, I thought the movie he was referring to was indeed 26 Monkeys. Wasn't that the name of the movie? there's a movie named 26 Monkeys that's kind of about a apocalypse. That's similar.
12 monkeys.
That's the 13 monkeys.
13 monkeys. Yeah.
13
I
monkeys.
haven't watched it in about 15 years, but it was pretty good. I think I liked it.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
And then wasn't there the army of the 12 monkeys in that
Maybe that's it.
that Brad Pitt movie, or not Brad Pitt? Yeah, Brad Pitt and Bruce Willis. What was that one?
That's what I'm thinking of.
I've seen Planet of the Apes.
when it first came out.
Hey, Modern.
In the theater. You saw it in the theater.
Hey, Modern. What you smoking?
Cancer stick.
Well, I guess I see you got some there. To each his own, I suppose. I respect you enough, but it's like this. I love you, dude.
I was smoking some Triple X candy.
Awesome. Is it hard nuggage or is it kind of, a little,
Pretty hard nugget.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard nugget.
Hey, has anyone here ever grown out purple cream?
No.
If you guys ever come across that, grab seeds for me. I'll buy them off. Or trade or something.
What is it again? Purple what?
Purple cream.
Purple cream. Okay.
It's an older
rain,
strain, but
purple rain.
Rumor has it that the cream strains are going to be the next runts type of thing. So we'll be hearing a lot more about that cream. You know how there's been several creams, the description of like the gelato cream type of thing.
Rumor has it.
I'm
gonna sing a lyric after everything you guys say.
Get yourself some fucking sunset sherbet and cross it with a gelato and eat yourself an avocado.
oh my god.
I think those are good healthcare tips. I am going to start the day. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Eagle. Love you guys.
Hey, nice meeting you guys. I'm gonna peace out too.
Great day.
See you, Green 13. See you, Endo.
See you, Endo. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Endo, greeting. We'll see you again, Endo. I'm pretty sure, right?
Oh, for sure, man. I'll hop on
back.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Love meeting you, Matty.
Awesome. Nice meeting you guys too. I appreciate it.
See
Guys
you,
have
brother.
a good night.
Good night.
Hey, you too, brother.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the next one out. It was a short visit. It's good to see everyone again. 2 nights in a row. I feel like my week is complete. It started off very, very well.
Cheers,
So.
Cheddar Bob.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. Eagle,
Bob.
peace. Get some sleep. Rest up, everyone. Peace out.
Take care, Cheddar Bob.
All right. It looks like we're winding it down. I think I'll be the next one to exit this cathedral of sanity. Love you guys. It's been a really nice night. Good vibes, good information. Everybody went deep and they went big. So you guys have a safe week and be alert that people out there may be experiencing things that are beyond your understanding, but you just gotta love them anyway. Anyway, peace out, and I'll see you real soon. Let's see here.
See you, Buddha boy.
Buddha boy. I'm out as well. So everyone have a good day out there. Thanks
See you,
for having
Neon
me.
Flower.
Yeah. Good modern. Eagle, as always. A pleasure. Yeah.
Peace out.
And today was a special one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank them. Shit, you guys did all the great conversation tonight. Have a good one. Thank you, brother.
I'll be next. See you later, Eagle. See you later, Green 13. Green Mr. Green Fingers. Peace out.
Bye.
Peace out, brother. Have a good day. Yeah, love you too, brother.
Go plant the seed, everybody. Let me blow the smoke out first. All right, Weed Nerd World. Holy shit. Go take some mushrooms and plant the seed. I didn't say that. Plant the seed though. Love you, Eagle. Thanks for having this beautiful platform for us to fucking rock out on.
I'm blessed that you guys just show up, man. I think that every fucking night. You have a great day, brother.
Love you, man. You too.
Love. Man, I love this community in general, man. And I am a very blessed man that you guys come hang out with me night after night, day after day. The craziness that happens here. It is. I very much view it to be a special thing, and I believe that I'm a very lucky man that just leave it at that. Well, we did run long tonight. I'm a little bit in the middle of trimming, so I'm gonna have to pass on the shout outs tonight. I hate passing on the shout outs, man. It's one of my favorite things to do, but this was kind of an abrupt ending to a long night. So hopefully you will forgive me, but you guys know the deal. If this is the end of your day, your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, your journey, please take time for a little bit of meditation, a little bit of self-love. Go out and have a prosperous day. It is hump day. Try to get some hump in your day, that's for sure. And then come join me tonight. I am completely busy today, full day. So I will be checking in this evening at 2 a.m. No guest. Weed Nerd World. And I don't think I have guests. At least that's my plan. As far as I know, there's no guests. I will see you at 2 a.m. Have a great day. I love you guys. Be vocal about the things you are grateful for, and they will continue. With that being said, have a great day.